Hi, I'm Tim Andrews, President and Chief Executive Officer of ASI. Thank you for joining us for our very first virtual Power Summit. We're live, so anything can happen. If it does, we'll just roll with it. If you have any tech issues, just email powersummit@asicentral.com. A tip, it usually works just to sort of log out and log back in. It's been a crazy, unpredictable year. I hope everyone is proud of the ingenuity, the generosity, and the strength displayed by so many people in our industry. I'm incredibly proud, and I think you should be as well. We've designed this year's ASI Power Summit program to help everyone hit the ground running in 2021, with industry experts and ASI's editorial team guiding the discussions. Our MCs are ASI's Andy Cohen and Michelle Bell, who probably know more about this industry and the power players than anyone else in the world. Get ready for an ambitious afternoon. At the end, we'll reveal the prestigious Counselor Power 50. I'd like to thank Magnet for providing the awesome awards we're sending to everyone on the Power 50 list this year. I'd also like to thank our platinum sponsor, World Emblem, a longtime Power Summit supporter, Vantage Apparel for these great embroidered hoodies we're all wearing, and HPG for the cool gift box we'll be sending to the first 200 people who answer our survey at the end of the event. We're live tweeting all afternoon using hashtag ASI Power Summit, all one word, so please join in. Kicking off today's live event right now is keynote speaker Peter Shankman, a social media rock star and entrepreneur known for launching startups and promoting radical new ways of doing business. Peter knows about resiliency and bouncing back better than most people, making him a perfect speaker to address 2020 head on. Please welcome Peter Shankman. Peter.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I hope you all can see me. Hope I am visible. You know, it's interesting. I would normally be doing a talk like this from a stage somewhere in a big event space. I'd be wearing pants. No, I'm just kidding, I'm wearing pants. But you know, we aren't doing that anymore. We are in a new environment. And the thing about new environments is that they tend to work after we stop being scared of them. You know, I started my career years and years ago, 25 years ago, at America Online, back in the mid 90s, almost 30 years ago. I helped launch the AOL newsroom. And I remember a time when we had to go and testify and explain to a Senate House subcommittee why we wanted press credentials for the 1996 presidential campaigns. So we could follow the campaigns as journalists for the AOL newsroom. I went to the conventions and the whole thing. And a staffer, the Senate staffer, said to me, you know, I don't understand why you guys are here. I use AOL to download pictures of Pamela Anderson. What use could an online newsroom possibly be? It's a fad. Well, we quickly learned about that. But what we did as a society is we adapted. And that's what we do. You know, and I hate the term new normal, and I hate the term unprecedented, because those things, you know, every time you say something is unprecedented, these unprecedented times we live in, I fear that it's a challenge to the universe. That the universe can come back and say, no, you want to see unprecedented? You know, hold my beer. So let's look at where we are as an opportunity. It's an opportunity to reach our audience in a better way, to reach our clients and customers in a better way. It's an opportunity to get more business by adapting quicker than everyone else. You know, the companies that have survived so far, this global pandemic and this incredible political atmosphere and this sort of fractured country, have done so because they are able to roll as things move, and they're able to adapt and they're able to change on the fly. You know, I've seen companies in restaurants, for instance, in Midtown Manhattan, who instead of, when they knew they had to shut down, reached out to their customer base and said, hey, you live in 20-block radius of us. When you want food, we'll bring it to you. You know, and they're at 95% of their revenue. There are ways. And what I want to talk about today is sort of some of the things I've learned, not only in the past 7 months, but the past 30 years, of sort of adapting. You know, I wasn't supposed to be doing any of this. I was in grad school studying fashion and portrait photography. But then again, I was a geek and I was on the internet a lot, and I saw AOL starting to grow, and I said I should probably work for them. I left there. I started. I went out on my own, started a PR firm, ran that for several years, started several companies, most notably helped a reporter out, Harrow, which is, if you've never used it, an incredibly easy way to get free press from anywhere in the world simply by going to helpareporter.com. You receive emails for free from media outlets across the world. And if you can respond to what the reporter is asking, you do, and you get into the press. I sold it several years ago, but the lessons I learned there still very much apply today, because I was starting up a startup that eventually wound up becoming bigger than PR Newswire, out of my living room with an overweight cat on either side of me on the couch. And so the 4 lessons I learned there are pretty good impacts of what's going on today. Number one, we have the premise of transparency. You know, back in the 50s, it was incredibly easy to lie about anything. There was no internet. It was very hard to check things. It was very hard to trace things. You could lie with impunity. That's changed today. And it is unbelievably easy to get a fact check in real time. And, you know, with that knowledge, you have to understand that transparency is going to rule the day. The reason transparency is rule the day, and the reason these 4 rules apply that I'll get to, is basically because of this. As a customer, we expect the customer experience to be terrible. We don't expect to have a good experience. Think back to when we were allowed to fly, when flying in a plane, you know, couldn't spread a virus that could kill us. Think back to when you'd go to the airport. You'd get there super early. You'd get to the airport. You'd hope that you could get on the shortest TSA line. The line you get into would always wind up being the longest one. For some reason, you'd get pulled as the terrorism threat. They'd take you in a back room. You'd come out about an hour later, tightening your belt and with a little less dignity. Now you had only 10 minutes to make your flight, but it's okay because your gate was right there. It was gate 4, except while you were being probed, they moved you to gate 465 and never told anyone. So now you're running across the airport. Your luggage is half falling out. You've had 6 mini strokes. You get to the gate. The plane's still there. You'll get on the plane, but they gave away your seat because you weren't there when they called you. So instead of seat 4A, you're in seat 49 bathroom. And that was your flight, right? In the middle of a seat, sandwiched between 2 very large people with blue liquid from the airport, from the bathroom running between your feet. So if your flight was just that you took off on time, you landed on time, and had the seat you wanted, in your mind, that was the most incredible flight in the world, because the bar for the customer experience has become non-existent. So if we know that the bar is so incredibly low, we don't have to do a lot to improve. The simple act of reaching out to our audience and saying, hey, you know what? Here's what we're doing to help you during this pandemic. Here's how we are evolving to make your life easier. Those simple things are often more than enough. I don't need you to be awesome. I need you to be slightly better than what's expected and slightly better than everyone else. And again, when the bar is so low, that's not very hard. You know, I just, to give you an example of that, I just closed on, I'm closing on Tuesday on a refinance for my apartment in Manhattan. It's taken 7.5 months. Half of that time was spent with my mortgage broker telling me, hey, everything's done. I just need you to get this one form. And so I'm like, well, I got you that form last, 3 months ago. Yeah, I know, but while we were waiting, it went out. It became stale. So I'd get them another form, and they call me back, oh, well, since you updated that form, now I need you to update. This went on 7.5 months. And this is a very large bank, one of the large banks in America. It shouldn't take 7.5 months to get a mortgage refinance, but that's where we are. So the concept of transparency, hey, this is going to be a pain, but we're going to fix it and it's going to get better for you, is enough to not only keep your customer, but bring you new customers based on the first one's recommendation. And let's face it, we get the customers we want, we get the clients we want by being amazing to the customers and clients we have, and GoToMeeting just quit. Hopefully you guys can still hear me. I just got to notice that GoToMeeting can still quit. If Trisha or someone can text, just send me a little note and say that I'm not talking to, that I am talking to someone. Hopefully I still want to know that I'm here. I'm going to assume I am. I'm still good. Okay, thank you, Trisha.
You're here.
So that's rule 1. That's transparency. Rule 2 is the concept of relevance. Let's understand relevance as we are getting bombarded. On my phone, since I started talking to you, I have 1, 2, 3, 4 notifications that have come in on silent since I started talking to you. That's a lot of notifications. If I have 4 notifications that have come in since I started talking to you, imagine how many we get on a regular basis. On average, our attention is asked for roughly 22,000 times a day. That equates to a little less than 2.2 seconds per attention request. Add in a global pandemic where every time we get a CNN alert, we go, oh God, what the hell happened now? How do you stay relevant in front of your audience? Now, the key is to giving them information they want. The key is giving them information not only that they want, but the way they want it. If you are not asking every single one of your clients how they prefer to get their information and giving them that information exactly the way they want, you're making a mistake. If you can do that, your clients will become invested. They will invest in you and they will understand that you care about them. Relevance is an incredibly simple tool that no one seems to do. I sit on the board of an animal rescue society in the Midwest. A friend of mine who's a skydiver, in my spare time, I'm a skydiver. Some people play golf. I never understood that. But in my spare time, I'm a skydiver. And one of my friends, about 10, 15 years ago, was killed in a base jump. And her husband said, please, instead of flowers, send a donation to this nonprofit animal rescue society where she volunteers. So I sent them a check. And they sent me about 3 months later, they sent me a coffee table book full of the animals that they've rescued. Nice book, but this was, I was living in I think a 1-bedroom at the time or studio apartment. I didn't own a coffee table, New York City. And I was sitting there wondering, why would they send this to me? Why wouldn't they send me a link or something I could share? And every time I'd leave the house, I'd see this darn coffee table book in front of me. It started getting on my nerves. So eventually, I got a hold of the head of giving of the company, like the vice president of donations on. I said to him, I'm like, why would you send me this book? And they said, well, sir, we believe that most of our donors are older. And then keep in mind, this is back in 2007 or so. We believe most of our donors are older and they prefer, to get their information via, print. I said, okay, well, fair enough. You've done your research. I stand corrected. They go, no, well, we haven't researched it. We just assumed. So I got really angry and I joined their board. And we spent the next year interviewing every current and past donor that they had ever given money to. And shock of shocks, 94% of past donors wanted to continue to receive their information online. They wanted to get digital versions of what they were being sent. So we opened a Facebook page, a YouTube account, a Twitter page, a Flickr account. Remember Flickr? A Flickr account, a email mailing list. P.S. donations went up 37% in those 12 months. And oh, by the way, they saved $500,000 on printing, reproduction, and mailing. Imagine if you go to your boss and say, hey, I talked to my audience, I talked to our customers and revenue's up 37%. Oh, we saved $500,000 on expenses. Be relevant to your audience. It's not hard. Ask them how they like to get their information and give it to them the way they want. Third rule is the concept of brevity, and brevity is very simple. If we have 140 characters to reach our audience, we need to become better communicators, better writers, better actors, better performers, better speakers, whatever it is, better illustrators, whatever it is we're doing, the way we're communicating, we have to do it better. 1 out of every 2 corporate homepages in America has a spelling or grammatical error on the homepage. 1 out of every 2. So look at your homepage and look at someone else's homepage, and if it's not their homepage, it's yours. Okay? 1 out of every 2. We need to do better than that. How do you do it? Take a class, right? Every single university is offering online classes now. Take a class in writing, take a class in reading. My assistant loves Shakespeare. She takes Shakespeare classes all the time. I pay for them because she becomes a better communicator. She uses words like forthwith. I don't know what they mean, but she sounds like she's a better communicator. Become a better communicator. If you only have 2.7 seconds to reach your audience, become a better communicator. I had a journalism professor once who told me to be brilliant at the basics. And that always stuck with me because we're all trying to do the latest shiny thing. And we do that more often than not at the expense of the basics. To give you an idea of what that means, I'm a single dad and I have a 7-year-old daughter, and her name is Jessa. And when Jessa was about, 7 months old, you're supposed to bring her in New York City. There's this place called Kidville. As far as I can tell, they take the child, throw him into a ball pit with other children, and that's called socializing. You leave him there for 3 hours, you pick him up. So the first time I went there, I was a little nervous about it, but I watched them. They threw her into the ball pit. She was fine. I'm sure they did more than that, but whatever. And I remember coming back 3 hours later. She had all her fingers and toes. I'm like, okay, this worked out well. I'll bring her again tomorrow. I get home that night, and I get an email from Kidville. Dear Peter, just want to tell you, dear Mr. Shankman, thank you so much for bringing your darling daughter, Jessica, to stay with us. Well, her name was Jessa, still is. It really fulfilled the epitome of the great meme that says you had one effing job. If you can't get my daughter's name right, how can I trust? I ran into her bedroom. I went into her bedroom to make sure it was the same kid, right? Maybe they gave me a different kid. How can I trust you to do anything if you can't get the simplest of basics right? To wash my car, to feed my cat, to watch my kid, to whatever it is, be brilliant at the basics. So that's really rule 3 is brevity, good writing and good communication skills and not making those basic errors is brevity. Brevity is good communication. And finally, rule 4 that ties this all together is the concept of top of mind. And what is top of mind? Top of mind is reaching out to your audience when you have nothing to sell them because you want to check in. You want to check in and say hello. If you go to shank.mn/emails, shank.mn/emails, you will find my email mailing list with about 60,000 or so people on it. I very rarely lose people. And the reason is because maybe I send out 1 or 2 emails a month, but I don't sell anything. The emails are help. The emails are pieces of advice that I picked up, like what I'm giving to you today. They're interesting things that I've found in the universe. They're stories that I tell that have a point. I don't sell things. Maybe the one email out of every 75 that I send out over the course of a year and a half actually sells something. I get a ridiculous return rate on that because I've spent the past 75 emails helping you. The 5 most underutilized words in the English language are, how can I help you? Ask your audience what you can do to make their lives better. Don't sell them. Don't say, hey, we have a great deal. Ask them. Find out what they need the most of and ask how you can deliver that to them in a way that they want. I'm going to close this with a story, and then I'm happy to take questions. Before I do, I should tell you that I am at Peter Shankman on all of the socials, on Twitter, on Instagram, on LinkedIn. I'm on Facebook. I don't use it that much lately. Maybe I'll start using it again after the election, but right now it's just a cesspool. But I'm on all the socials. I'm even on Peloton with at Peter Shankman. I run an early risers hashtag. The before the sun hashtag on Peloton is mine. We're a group that's usually on the bike by 4 a.m. That's because I have massive ADHD, and if I don't get dopamine in the morning, I'm just not a good human. But you can always reach me there or peter@shankman.com. I love having these conversations, and I encourage you to reach out and talk to me. It's fun. I'll close the story. When this pandemic started, I realized that, I travel 250,000 miles a year, and my speeches pretty much went to virtual, like this one, but I realized I wasn't going to plane much, and that was going to leave me a lot of free time, which was fortunate because I had to start homeschooling my daughter. I was shocked to find that all of my daughter's teachers have lied to me in the past. She is, in fact, not a pleasure to have in class, but we somehow muddled through, and I had to come up with all these things to do to keep her occupied other than just school. Well, someone sent me a butterfly kit. It's a little mesh cage, and then they send you like these caterpillars that are, I don't know, in dry ice or something, and I don't know, but you put the dry ice caterpillars in the cage, give them a little caterpillar food, and within 30 minutes they start walking around. And eventually the goal, in theory, is that they become butterflies. And we watched them about 8 minutes, then we got bored because they're just caterpillars, they're stupid, they're just, but every morning we'd run into the kitchen together and wake her up and go in the kitchen and see if the caterpillars become butterflies. Well, one day they started cocooning. They went into a cocoon, and I remember it was a Tuesday morning. I had a crappy Peloton ride. It wasn't great. I wasn't on top of my game. I was feeling, I was done probably by 5 a.m., 5:15. I get in the shower, I come inside, I have coffee. I go wake Jess up around 6:45 so she could go to Zoom school, and she runs into the kitchen with me, and I'd forgotten all about it. And runs in the kitchen, and we look up, and she goes, ah, and sure enough, these caterpillars had emerged from their cocoons as these stunningly beautiful butterflies. They were orange, they were green, yellow, red, brown. The most colorful things I've ever seen in my life. They were simply beautiful. And so instead of breakfast, Jess and I went over to the playground, and we released them, and we watched them fly away. And it just made my whole day. Here's the interesting point, though. My daughter asked how that happens, and to be honest, I didn't really know. So I went onto Alexa, because that's what we do, and I asked, cancel. I keep forgetting I'm home, not in an office. I asked how butterflies were made, and she says, it says, when caterpillars go into their cocoons, they don't know what they're doing. In fact, it's believed that caterpillars think their life is ending. I had caterpillars up there who sat there and said, well, I had a good life. I lived in a mesh cage. I got some caterpillar food and was able to eat a little bit, and that was fun. And now I'm dying. And I guess I have to build this thing before I die. And they build this, they don't know why they're doing it. They build this cocoon, they get in there, their bodies literally decompose into mush while they're in the cocoon. And then they emerge as butterflies. They don't know what's about to happen to them. They just assume their life is over. And while we all sit here and we look outside at the empty streets and we hear the dire predictions about the winter, we wonder if we're going to survive. I kind of think we're like the caterpillars. There is an amazing future ahead of us. We might turn to mush, but we're going to come out something beautiful. We just have to keep moving forward. So that's pretty much what I believe, and I hope that's useful to you guys today. I know that I want to take some questions because I see that they've started coming in from the audience here. One of the questions is, you talked about the importance of transparency. Can you expand on that? Yes, I can. Thank you for the question. I think that in a perfect world, you should be able to give as much information as humanly possible. You know, you don't necessarily have to give your trade secrets or whatever, but the more a customer knows about you and about how you work, the more they can see online about who you are and who makes up the company, the more comfortable they're going to feel with making a connection to you and giving you their business. You know, I give personally, I give out all my information. Like I said, shank.mn. I'm putting it in the chat right now that you guys should be able to see it. Shank.mn/emails. Shank.mn/emails is how to find me and get all my information. And you'd be amazed how easy it is to find me, right? I give out my cell phone number to anyone who asks. You know, I'm happy to communicate with you because I think it's the right thing to do. That's being transparent. I'm not saying you have to tell people what your monthly revenue is, but being transparent a lot of times means that you give out information that people want and need, and they know it's coming from you because they recognize you as a trusted source. That's transparency. Another question came in: how do you hire people that can help your organization be flexible? I think the best thing to look for in a new hire, especially in this world, is empathy. I keynoted at Indeed a couple of years ago and was talking to them about this, and they said exactly that. You know, if you can find someone who's empathetic and who can understand the customer's needs and what they want, what winds up happening is they are willing to make that change on the fly. So the way they helped you a year ago might not be the way they help you now, but it is understood that they will adapt because their empathy takes over and says, okay, that person, for instance, if you saw a person on fire, you'd rush to put a blanket over them or douse them with water or put out the fire. That's different than if you see a person pinned under a car, right? People who have empathy, people you hire with empathy, understand the problem that the customer is facing and knows that each problem is different and adapts accordingly. And finally, a couple more questions. How do you ask, how can I help you without clients assuming we are selling something? You simply say, what can I do? You can even, I put in subject lines before, I'm not selling you anything. I just want to know how to help. And there will be people who will always think that you're crazy, right? You're Michigas. But at the end of the day, when they see that you really don't want anything, I look at it like this. When I do fly, and I flew last week, I went to Dubai. It was lovely. Of course, now I'm quarantined for 14 days, but whatever. When you, not because I'm sick, my test came back negative, just because you have to quarantine. When I get in a plane, I never get in a plane without a 2-pound bag of M&Ms. And I walk up on the flight. I'm a very frequent flyer, so I usually board first. And I find the lead flight attendant. I go, excuse me, you need the lead? And they go, yeah. And they adopt that immediate posture of, yeah, what do you want? What do we do? What's wrong? And I go, hi, these are for you, but you have to share them with your coworkers. And I hand them a 2-pound bag of M&Ms, and I walk back to my seat. And then they go through what I call the 5 stages of M&Ms disbelief, which starts off with, oh my God, what does he want? He doesn't want anything. We have chocolate. and they talk to all their coworkers, and they're giving out chocolate to all their coworkers. Now you got 300 people boarding the plane behind me, all of whom are happier because the flight attendants greeted them with a bigger smile. Cost me what, 15 bucks a bag? That's worth it to upgrade 300 people. So do stuff like that. Reach out when you have nothing to sell and say, hey, just want to offer you this. Have a great day. It takes time, but you'll convert them. Let's see. Have I ever fired a client? Oh, good Lord, yes. I find that the clients who, there's basically a very simple rule. You are not charging anywhere near enough for your product. You are undercharging because you're afraid of missing the sale. The problem with that is, though, is that once a client realizes that you're undercharging them, they will try to take advantage of you in every other humanly way possible. So before you even have to get to firing a client, the best thing you can do is charge more. I know, oh, there's no way they'll pay in this economy. Yes, they will. About 10 years ago, the largest keynote fee I ever got back then came in because I sent them a quote for my speech with a typo in it. No joke. And since then, that's been my fee because someone was willing to pay it, right? So the key for you is the client worth the money you're paying? Is the time the client is taking driving you insane to the point where it's not worth the money you're taking? Are you thinking about that client when you're not working on them? Are you, are you going to bed sick? Are you kind of waking up sick because you can't, and that's a really good tie-in to a quick note about mental health. Let's face it, the past 7 months, there's not a single person in the United States who's not skirting on the edge of depression. We all are. Over the past 20 years or so, I've lost 3 friends to suicide because they were all entrepreneurs and they all felt like they didn't have anyone to talk to. The longest project you're ever going to work on isn't your job or your business or your company, it's you. And I know this is sort of a side note to what I was talking about today, but it's a good time to bring it up. This shit is hard, right? And it gets crazy every once in a while, and you have to have someone to talk to. And if you don't have anyone to talk to and you can't share this with anyone, it's going to bottle up inside and eventually it's going to explode. I encourage you to have someone to talk to. I have a therapist that I've been seeing for about 18 years. The guy looks like Einstein, has the technical skills of a squash. I had to teach him how to get text messages on his phone, but I wouldn't be here without him. He saved my life more than once. We don't have to be superheroes. We just have to get through every day and make it a little better than it was yesterday. And some basic ways to do that, get enough sleep, exercise, eat a goddamn vegetable once in a while, right? Little things, pizza's not a vegetable as much as I want it to be, and I've been trying for years to lobby it to become a vegetable. It's not. We have to do the things that are good for us, because if we're not good at our best, we can't help anyone else. And a lot of times, firing a client has resulted in an immediate boost in my mental health. So, question from Lisa: have you ever lost a client and picked them up again? Actually, yes. I've had several clients who, for one reason or another, have had to go on hiatus and have said, hey, when as soon as we get money, we're gonna come back. And of course, that's not true. Some of them have surprised me and actually come back. Big 90210 fan here, and if you really want to feel old, the pilot episode of Beverly Hills 90210, the original version, aired 30 years ago last month. So I'm sure that just makes everyone happy. But there's a great line from Dylan McKay where he's running away from he's leaving all his friends, and he's brooding, and he says, "Let the bridges I burn light the way." And God, did I want to be Dylan McKay. I so wanted to be. I had my answering machine was his answering machine. It said, hey, this is Peter, you know the drill. I was such a dork, but I used to believe in that. I used to believe in it. Let's let the bridges I burn light the way. Let's go away from it and screw everyone. You can't do that. The only people you should cut out from your life completely are the toxic ones, are the people who don't add value to your life, right? You wish them well. You don't wish ill on them, you wish them well. You wish them healing. But if a client dumps you and you enjoy working for them, still reach out to them every once in a while. Send them emails, send them notes. Hey, I was reading this article about fly fishing. I know you love fly fishing. I thought you'd like it. Whatever it is, I carry envelopes on planes with me. And when I'm reading something in the, I bring all my magazines on the plane because that's really the only time I have to read them, like my subscriptions. And so when I see an interesting article that reminds me of someone, I rip it out. I put it in the envelope. They're pre-stamped. I write their address on it, and I mail it when I land somewhere. People love that. I'll give you a tool. Check out a tool called TouchNote. TouchNote is this. I have no connection to them, but it's this phenomenal service where it takes any picture in your phone and mails the person either a greeting card or a postcard or a picture of what's in your phone. So at every conference that I used to go to, when I used to go to in public, I'd take a picture of the person who had hired me, the CEO, whatever. And as I'm on my way to the airport, I'd put it in the touch note, and they'd get a postcard saying, "Hey, thank you so much for having me," with a picture that I just took of me and whoever. So quick thought there. 2-minute warning to end my session at 12:35. So I'll do one last question. How do you sell to your existing clients who have canceled all events for last year? The same way you'd sell them this year. Hey, we know you're coming back. When you do, we want to provide the same service we did, and we're going to do that. It's literally that simple. You know, we're going to come back. The events industry, the promo industry in total between the two worldwide is $4.5 trillion. That's too big to fail. It's going to come back. Take it slow, breathe. We're going to make it. Peter@shankman.com, @PeterShankman on the socials, shank.mn/emails. I encourage you guys to reach out. I'd love to talk more. And thank you, ASI, so much for having me. I'm very honored. I hope this was useful to you all. Have a great rest of your conference.
Wow, Peter, thanks so much. That was fantastic. As Tim introduced, I'm Andy Cohen, and I will be one of your hosts here today. Michelle.
Hi, Andy Cohen. I'm Michelle Bell. How are you?
That's part of seeing Michelle on screen here with me is the fact that she's wearing this lovely Power Summit hoodie. So that is
from our friends Advantage, because it's from
like
Dr. Rob Watson and Yoda, Ira Neiman. That's why.
So, Michelle, that was Peter's talk was really informative, and I think just a perfect way to start this Power Summit, because it's a look at how you can be flexible and how important it is to open your mind up to opportunities. I think one of the first things he said was, and it really stuck with me, was all of this that's happening now, this craziness that we're dealing with, that we're having a Power Summit on these computers and in our homes, is an opportunity. That is something that not everybody looks at. It's usually just a challenge, but his point is this is an opportunity, and it's what you make of it.
You have to make do, right? Like, would I rather be at our Power Summit in Pasadena with all of our friends sitting around the bar with Jamie McCabe and Jody Friedman and Sharon and everybody we know and love doing shots of Azul? Yeah, of course I would. But here we are.
Yeah, right. But here we are, and we're making the best of it. So we have many people registered for today. I'm sure that we'll have a great audience throughout the day, and they're going to have just a ton of content to react to. As Tim said in the intro, you know, we're looking at this as an opportunity to give people a bit of a roadmap to get into 2021 and do it in a positive way. So we've dealt with the issues, and now we're going to look forward and give people some strategies about how they can continue to operate their businesses smartly going into next year.
For sure, which, by the way, is why I'm so excited to talk to our next guest, who I get to interview.
Yep. So before we bring him on, a couple of housekeeping things. Throughout the afternoon, anybody watching can and should submit questions, just like you did for Peter Shankman. So throughout the day, you can submit questions by typing everything into the question box to the right of your screen. There also are going to be some fun breaks throughout the day. I know, Michelle, we're going to run one. Our friend Jake is going to run one, and there's a great one at the end as well. That will be a cocktail display. So some of those will be interactive. They're going to be some trivia games, some other types of games, and you're going to need to use that question box to the right of your screen for that too. So we'll be handing out great prizes. So make sure to answer all the questions that we put up. There'll also be some poll questions throughout the day, so just click on your choice when you see poll questions show up. And as Tim said in his intro, we're going to be live tweeting throughout the day, throughout the afternoon, using hashtag ASI Power Summit, all one word. So please join in. I've already tweeted, and I know that there's many retweets to that. So now, Michelle, without any further ado, let's bring up Derek Block, who is CEO of top 40 distributor firm Touchstone, was also our 2009 Distributor Entrepreneur of the Year. Michelle's going to lead him through an incredible story of how a few years ago he brought his company back from the brink of collapse while also dealing with a personal health crisis. So Michelle, take it away.
Thanks so much, Andy. Hey, Derek Block.
Hi, Michelle. Thanks for having me.
You got it. You got it. So first I want to say the questions I'm going to ask you are not meant to put you through the ringer to kind of make you relive some bad and difficult times, but truly it's because I know, as do you, a lot of people in this industry have just had it. They're at capacity. You know, they're feeling fatigued, they're feeling stressed, they're unsure about what's going to happen in Q4 and Q1 of next year. And when we thought about somebody who has been through some dark times and come out the other side of it, I thought of you. And you know, you and I don't know each other that well, but we had a great discussion over the phone. And I thought if there's somebody who's got a great success story that can kind of inspire people in the industry and they know you, Derek, and they can relate to you, it would be you. So without further ado, what I'd like to ask you is, I'm going to kind of set the stage. So back in the 2000s, you know, your company, you were very young back then. You were in your late 20s, early 30s, I would imagine. Your company was on the top 40. You were, as Andy said, you are Distributor Entrepreneur of the Year. And then things with your business went south. So can you kind of walk us through a little bit of what happened there?
Sure. You know, much like probably anybody that gets started in business, I was an entrepreneur, and you know, at the very beginning, it was just about getting business going. And probably much like everybody, especially in this industry, it's somewhat easy to get into. But when you start to grow your business, you get into just infrastructure, visibility of stuff, multiple systems. So we're successful early on. You know, I've always said the sales machine's never been broken, but you know, operationally, it was less of a passion and more of a have to learn all the operational components. So really what ended up happening for us is we grew the business into a position where we really just lost visibility of all the things that we needed. We put, you know, probably I would have called myself at the time a poor leader in the context of understanding what it really took to run a business, maybe a little bit ignorant to what that leadership and the components really take, probably not looking as hard into the dark corners of things I needed to know, and probably some trust without validation to people that were in roles of responsibility. So, you know, I don't think our path and process was different than what a lot of people go through. I just never had the luxury of working for another business and knowing how they navigated that. So we grew ourselves into, you know, the same position that many people may find themselves into. We were probably the rumor of the industry. We were credit holds. Yeah, credit holds with everybody. We had, our vendor management was really poor, 493 active open vendors. So, you know, when everyone gets started, it's a line of credit with a vendor that's minimal, or prepay your first order. So just really poorly managed. For me, I took on an investor partner in 2005 that allowed me to go live what I really enjoyed doing, which is being in the boardroom, presenting and winning business, and left operational stuff a lot to a team of people, and you know, somewhat of an ownership structure that was so different, dramatically different with inventory and shipments than what my investor partner, what his background in business was. So that operational need that I in hindsight really needed was more of an investor than an operational partner.
So you had told me, you know, you really described yourself as not a great CEO back in the day. You know, you said there was a lot you didn't know that you had to kind of work your way through. And I think where a lot of people in this industry are now, it's very daunting, Derek, you know, what they've had to deal with. And we'll dig into how you kind of got yourself, how the business, you know, how you got out of that hole and got, you know, came out on the other side. You were on the top 40 last year. You guys did 48.5 million last year. So the company has clearly rebounded from where it was. But in the midst of you trying to fix the company, and, you know, again, we'll dig into the specifics of that because you did some really smart things that I think can help people. You were blindsided by, frankly, a life-threatening health crisis. So you had these dual things happening. And, I think for people right now who feel like they just cannot take one more thing on their shoulders, what piece of advice would you impart to them as far as how do you get through something like that when it just seems too much?
Yeah, I mean, the dirty details of what we went through was, we had consultants coming in, picking through everything. I didn't know what the hell was going on. I had physical issues, and I didn't really know what the hell to do. I was
That must have been
looking
uncomfortable.
for, yeah, I mean, leading up to it, I would say I was probably I didn't have a desire to learn, as much. So I probably, in hindsight, never improved myself, my capability, and my experience and perspective on stuff. And then I get hit with health issues that, when the C word gets thrown around, you don't know if you're going to die or where that's going to end. So going through all of that, I mean, in hindsight, there's really good perspective. People that know me know I'm an emotional guy. So in hindsight, I'm surprised I kept
Seriously? All evidence to the contrary, Derek, but okay.
yeah, but I kept my shit together through all that stuff. I mean, when your business gets flipped upside down, there's a lot of humility in that. So going through that, really getting somewhat ostracized to the side, everybody checking through everything. Is this a valid business? My investor partner really getting into, what did I invest in? He says he invests in the jockey, not the horse. So he didn't know anything about brand and merchandise space. So, going through all that, it was like, what the hell do I do now? And I went to a long-standing colleague that's in the business, and I'm, shut the door, and I'm like, what should I do? And I didn't know, like anybody that goes through stuff, I didn't know, should I resign? What should I do? Right? This has been my livelihood since I really became a professional, and I didn't know what to do. And he said, just focus on what you do best, and go win more business. And so we did that. The consultants that came in, they did their job, and that hard work of managing expectations from vendors, fulfilling the promise of when they're going to get paid and paying them. I knew that my investor partner Larry is a very wealthy guy. So we had a path to work our way out of it. Not knowing that, but it was really humbling times. I mean, apologetic beyond belief of how we ever got there. Some of the trust I had in the business operations were, Derek, go get in the boardroom, go sell, go create more revenue. So probably ignorantly, I didn't have to worry about finance anymore, and didn't have to worry about if our inventory numbers were increasing. So I just took a lot of things for granted. That's where I would say I was a poor leader of a business, poor CEO. I didn't even really know what that meant until after this whole thing. So we really stuck to our brand position and point of difference, a great way to articulate that. And we feel like what we do is really special. The intellect we infuse in the way brands are built through segmentation and architecture is something really unique and different. We focused on that and told our story to as many people as we could. And part of that through the process is when you see how broken your business is, when you have 3 systems to process 1 order, and everybody knows the tools that are out there, that data, compiling it all together with e-com transactions, gives you opportunity to lose sight of real data. So any decision you make on bad data is a bad decision. And even though our leadership team would align on those decisions to a large extent, that if the data is wrong, the decision is going to be wrong. And that's really where we found ourselves.
Do you think that everything that you went through gave you the confidence to deal with the situation we're in now? Because you told me, which I found surprising, you guys have done very little PPE. You said, and I quote, you'd be shocked if you did $50,000 worth of PPE.
Yeah, that's correct.
So how did you kind of shore up yourself to deal with this pandemic? I know you went through all of that, but you made a decision early on, calculated not to do PPE. So what did you do?
Yeah, so I would say that you're either fortunate or lucky, or you put yourself in a good position, and there's no magic formula to it. We've been, with humility, really fortunate. We have a business that is overperforming budget by a lot, and with 50,000 maybe of PPE, I would say, we less about were we confident, did we navigate things right. We have a good mix of clients, and we've been very entrepreneurial in the way that we've found clients and grown business with them. That would be, you call it the product of the industry is there, but the traditional business of what an industry customer looks like is very unorthodox, the way that we're doing business. So, but that was our entrepreneurial passion and DNA that put us in that position. But I can tell you the one thing that sticks out to me, and anybody that's been through hard times, we had immediate and like almost violent alignment on making decisions quick, right? Because we did not want to be in the same heartburn position that we were in, where we were slow. We immediately, and I'm talking within days of this being real, we took progressive, swift action with the same expectations that everyone else had. We laid off a good number of people, maybe 20% of our workforce. We did an across the board haircut. I took a bigger haircut as an example of what we should be doing, and we were really aggressive with it, because I said, we've been in this position before, and you can never get it back, but you can give it back. So we really were super aggressive in doing stuff, and fortunately, it for us, we didn't see the dip in business. 2 months later, we paid everybody back. On the haircut, we onboarded people back, and I say that almost with guilt, because I know what people are going through. That we're in a fortunate position. I was, when we went through this, and this is just, I would go to the mailbox and think that the mailman knew that I was in the shitter. Like, I would literally think everyone knew, and so I know what the other side of that feels like. So we're humble and fortunate that we're there, but the swiftness and decision, even if I reflect back onto when we got into trouble, I didn't want to know the truth. I had a hunch of what the truth was, but I kind of didn't want to know, and didn't go force it, because I'm like, that's what the COO does, or the CFO, like that's what those individuals are responsible for. So I didn't really want to know. So I think we trusted our hunch. We had alignment of that, and we were super aggressive in making the decisions that we need to, with the context we can give it back, we can never go get it.
So a couple questions from the audience, Derek. And by the way, it seems like one lesson that you learned, I can tell from listening to you, you seem to have perplexingly ceded control back then. You almost kind of had a laissez-faire approach to running your own business, where you don't now. You're in it, Yeah,
I mean, that was just the immature leader. I would say, and I've used this term before, I was playing business, not doing business. Having the title and thinking that we have it all figured out, knowing that there are warts there that needed to be addressed, and probably not addressing them. Just thinking ignorant, naive, that everything works itself out. So we're certainly more mature than that. In hindsight, I wish maybe I would have gone and worked for somebody for a while. But I tell a lot of people that were big deals back then, why didn't you come find me?
Okay, a couple questions. We have a question from Ian, who would like to know, if you're not doing PPE, what would your best-selling products have been during the last 2 quarters?
Ooh, apparel. We took a really proactive approach, similar to what our culture is, an engagement of, you have a broken apart workforce, and instead of us focusing on what we thought would be at Costco, at Kimberly-Clark, that, you know, any office supply company would be delivering in hand sanitizers and masks. We really shied away from that and said, what about the, you know, the connection to an employee? So we focused a lot on kits and stuff, but I would say, you know, my answer is probably apparel would be the category, but if you look at our mix of clients, we do a lot in the social media follower space, that you have kids at home spending, you know, $25 on a garment or their parents' money, college kids. And so I'd say it's more part and parcel to the fact that the type of business we were doing, the type of clients we had, but it wasn't one specific thing we focused on per se. It was more the ideas we're planting with our clients were how to keep yourself tethered to your employee base and how to continue to push culture when you didn't have the venue of relationships to build, but that you could still do it.
Okay. Another question, since you are, you've embraced pivoting quickly and making fast decisions, Derek, do you still have offices? Are your people working in the offices, and are you going to give up your office space?
No, we're not giving up our office space. You know,
Okay.
there's a belief we have, and one of really the things that are core to our business and culture are building relationships. And I know there's a big wave of like REI has sold their headquarters, they're moving out, everyone's going to be remote. You know, people are meant to be with each other, and we just believe that. Are we smart about, you know, do we need an office in a particular area or region? Look, when we were early on in the midst of making our mistakes, we did all that stuff too. We laughed at people that had Class A office space all over the place, and then we went and did it. So we've been a little bit more, if there's a want and a need, if we need an office, we have it. You know, I think we've challenged internally, if it's a one-off office with 2 or 3 people in it, do you guys prefer to work at home? You know, if you do, let's memorialize that now. But the one thing that's killing me as a relationship and people person is the quality and quantity of time you get to spend live with people. So we'll never give up our office. I think what has changed is where you thought you need to travel to go see somebody, just for the sake of traveling, you know, it's $1,000, you blew 2 days. I think a little bit of that is on both sides of it. The customer's expectations are like, yeah, you don't need to come see me. Let's just do a Zoom call. We can catch up on everything. But what we believe is you can maintain business by doing this, but you can't go grow a relationship with somebody by doing it this way. So we get a lot of energy from time together and time with clients. So we won't give it up. We'll make some decisions that are just smart in the course of business, but we won't give it up.
Well, thank you very much, Derek Block, for your time and your candor and for being so forthright. I really appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
You got it. Hey, Andy
Pleasure.
Cohen.
Hey, Michelle, that was
Hey,
awesome.
Yeah,
Michelle, that was,
great.
yeah, that was, I just the only word that kept running through my mind was honest. Wow. I mean, just an industry story there that was incredibly honest and obviously humbling, right?
Well, it's funny, I didn't know Derek well. I would see him at events, Jill Albers and I and Sharon would be at bars in the lodge and stuff, and we'd see Derek and we would wave to him, but I don't know him. And he and I had this great conversation, and I was really struck by, number one, his self-awareness and how much he's learned since back then when he admittedly made some mistakes. And, he said to me, look, I was a bad CEO and I was arrogant and I didn't know what I didn't know and I didn't care to learn. And I thought, people can really learn from where he is now, because again, he clearly is back. He was on last year's, Power Top 40 list, and he's got some good lessons to impart.
Yeah, totally. And look, he was clearly humbled at a point before I would say everybody this year has been humbled, right? I mean, everybody has had to face a bout of that. So hearing from him and how they can apply that to their business was awesome. That was great.
Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you, Michelle. We will see you again very soon after our next session for a fun interactive break. And I'm looking forward to that. So we'll see you soon.
Bye, Andy.
All right. Next up, as we move into our next session, quick note, we we are going to have, these are quick sessions. So, you know, we're looking at about 15 to 20 minutes tops, but for each session. So, you know, get on board and enjoy as we offer up these quick hit sessions that are sure to provide information for your business as you move into 2021 and certainly planning for next year. So to help us do that, next up we have ASI Editor-in-Chief CJ Mitica and our data guru Nate Kuzma. They're going to take a deep dive into ASI's latest market research. We do a ton of research here and have done an extensive amount this year as we've tried to gauge the market and understand where it's headed. So one thing that they'll certainly do is take a look at 2021, take a look at the data from this year and some outlooks onto next year to see where the industry is headed. So gentlemen, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you, Andy. Nate, it's been going great so far. I'm surprised that they asked us to follow up after those things and mess it all up.
Yeah, I mean, you ain't kidding.
So hello again. I am CJ Mitica, editor-in-chief of Counselor and Evangelist magazines. And Nate, so we affectionately use the term data boy to describe you. I know you love that so much. But what's your real title?
So my title is Executive Director of Research and Corporate Marketing. So basically what I do is, from a research point of view, any of the research that we publish to help our members out. So if we're talking about the State of the Industry survey, the quarterly sales surveys that we do, the ad impressions study, which was released recently, all of that research that we do to help inform the industry, that comes directly through my department.
So in this presentation, this session, we're going to cover a lot of that research and at least highlight some of the most interesting statistics and findings that we've discovered this year. But you know, that leads into, I guess, just my first question to you, Nate, which is the fact that we already do a lot of research, but what else have we done this year to get a beat on all that's gone on in 2020?
It's been nonstop. I can tell you January and February were nice and calm, right? From a research point of view, we were doing what we were doing, it was fine. And then in March, sort of all hell broke loose, not only from a research perspective, but also from a societal perspective. And we have been doing constant research with our members. And the purpose of this research is it's not, you know, it's not to make, you know, fulfill a curiosity I have, even though that's certainly what I have and what a lot of our colleagues have at ASI, but it's really to help keep our industry as informed as possible so they can help so we can help them make the best business decisions, because you know, information really is power. And specifically in 2020, this is uncharted territory for everybody. I mean, nobody that's alive has ever lived through anything quite like this. And what I saw as sort of my directive was to reach out to our members and to ask the difficult questions, to ask questions that we've never actually had to ask before about what was going to happen. You know, it's easy to look back, right? It's really hard to look forward, and really pressing people to look forward into what they saw. Whether it was right or wrong, it was what was real at that moment, and that's sort of what 2020 meant.
So we're going to have a presentation and some charts are going to be able to show that in a little bit. Just a reminder, if you have questions that you want to submit into the chat box, and we'll save a couple minutes at the end and hope we can answer all your questions. And so also just a reminder that our presentation that we're showing a little later, it's going to be a handout that you can save, you can view, and that you can keep with it, because you know we'll be going through everything, but you can, at least you'll have it to take away with you. So before we dive into that, we're going to put the power of research at work here, and we're going to do a couple polls, and we're going to do one poll right now. You'll have about 30 seconds to answer it, and so when it pops up here, be sure to click on the screen. So this is the first poll, very scientific. Which 2020 buzzword are you most tired of hearing? And here are your choices: pivot, new normal, social distancing, and flatten the curve. Nate, what is your choice?
I don't want to influence the results. I'll tell you my choice in about 20 seconds, because I have one. I definitely have one.
Well, I'll tell you my choice is new normal, which the first time I heard it, I was like, you know, that's right. This is the new normal. Everything's completely changed. And then by the 500th time I heard it, I was like, I am so sick and over the new normal.
Yeah, mine's pivot. I mean, I can think. I'm a big Seinfeld fan and I'm a big Friends fan. And every time I hear that word, that's all I can think about is that 30-second clip from Friends, which is, and you know what? At first I got it, but man, 6 months later, it's been wearing on me.
All right, we're gonna give it a couple more seconds here. Everybody get in your votes, and
All right.
we'll see if you're correct, Nate, or I'm correct. Okay, so let's see the results now.
And CJ, I am happy to inform you that you did indeed win, followed with 56% of the vote. That is not even close. That is
Wow.
a landslide being an election. That's a landslide in this poll.
Well, we should have made a bet beforehand. Actually, what I was thinking was we should have we should have said for every time we're going to hear pivot during this whole afternoon, we should take a shot, because I think by 2:30 I'll be pretty drunk by then.
1:45. All right, let's take the poll down. All right.
Cool. Thank you everybody for voting. We appreciate it, and we're going to do another poll a little bit later. So we're gonna transition into our presentation here. We're calling it a data deep dive, but in reality, like, we only have 15-20 minutes to go over a lot of material, and we could talk for 2 hours about this stuff, just because there's so many insights and observations that we've been able to highlight and discover this year. And so, like I said, you'll be able to take this handout with you, and it'll be available after the session, I believe, or at least but definitely tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
The first thing, Nate, that I wanted to bring up was our Q3 data for industry sales. This is hot off the press. We just released it this week. So we revealed that that for Q3, the industry was down 24.8%, about 25%. Now that's an improvement over Q2, when it was down over 44%. So looking at that, Nate, that figure, I mean, it shows an improvement, that that things could have bottomed out Q2. At least it's doing better. But what does that figure mean for the recovery of this industry?
It means that it's coming back. It's not going to be like a rubber band, though. You know what I mean? Like, in other words, like you can have an industry or an economy just snap back like a rubber band. It gets pulled back, something bad happens, and it snaps forward. This isn't quite coming back that way. I mean, and it's not necessarily going to be in a straight line. We've had recessions before, where going back to 2008 and before that into the 2000s, where economically it's snapped back once it fell down. This is a little bit different. This has been such a disruption. It's improving, right? It's definitely improving. I mean, I remember if you would have told me that it improved to negative 25% this time last year, I don't even know what I would have thought. What I can tell you is that when we pull these numbers, and we take great care in doing so, that it's improving, but it's going to be it's going to be slower than we might have expected.
Okay, and we're going to touch on a little bit what the projections are for this year, and maybe and some ideas about what next year might hold. But just looking at how how these industries are being affected here, you can see that small distributors, medium distributors, large distributors, there's, I guess, a disproportionate effect on how each of them are doing. What have you noticed, Nate, just from how this pandemic and this sales slowdown is affecting each of those revenue categories among distributors?
Sure. So in Q2, everybody was hit. Every single distributor, regardless of the size, they were hit, and they were hit hard. Q3, the recovery, what it shows me is the recovery has been a little bit faster for the larger distributors. And the way that we define those are the distributors that are doing over $1 million a year in business. So their sales are coming back quicker. Will that be sustained? I don't know. Larger distributors have been growing at a slightly faster rate than their counterparts over the last several years, but they snap back a little bit faster. But again, as the economies begin to open up around the US, as mom and pop stores and local businesses and medium-sized businesses begin to all of a sudden see sales back and start to get back, as hospitality and events start coming back, I think you're going to start to see these level off and get back to some level of equilibrium. But right now for Q3, it's just that the larger distributors improved a little bit faster.
Okay, and you can see here that in terms of how the increases and decreases, obviously a lot of firms have decreased. The largest firms, a greater portion had an increase, but still across the board affect certainly whether you're a small distributor, medium-sized distributor, or large distributor. So our counselor confidence index, which measures how the industry was doing, I think you can see obviously there's a similar movement where it plummeted in Q2,
Yep.
and it's on its way back in Q3. So I think that's an encouraging sign for sure. Talking about 2020 projected sales, how this industry is going to fare right now, Nate. So 24% year over year for 2020. How, what should our attendees make of that?
that sales, if you're doing better than 24% down this year, and you're projecting that, then you're doing better than the average, right? That's probably the biggest takeaway. When it comes to it, this has been improving, right? We asked this question, and this is one of these questions that I never thought I would have to ask because we don't. Going back to Q2, this was projected to be down over 30-some percent, 31, 32% year over year in 2020. That's improved. So as things have begun to open up, as businesses have begun to, again, order traditional promo products, we've seen that improve. I mean, listen, we're going to talk about PP in a minute, but that really, for Q2, in many ways, was a lifeline for this industry, which prevented just catastrophe in Q2.
Nate, so we have an audience question here. This is from Nikolai. What is the data set for the sales percentage poll? So for our quarterly sales survey, what's the data set based off of?
It's surveys that we do of distributors throughout the industry. The normal data set, just so people know, not to really get into the fine details, we normally get between 600 and 1,000 responses to the survey every quarter.
Okay. So I'm showing here over the long haul of the industry. I mean, this is going to be a big drop, bigger than any other recession we've seen. What's the climb back going to look like compared to previous times?
It took years to get back and recover the data what was lost in 08 and 09. It took years. It's going to take years again, and I think that's the biggest takeaway. So it's not going to be immediate by any means. So it's about patience, and it's about building for a long-term recovery, not just a very short-term recovery.
So we have an audience question here, Nate. This next chart, I think, will answer part of it, and then we can add our insights on top of it. So the question was from Nikki. From Dave. What product or business category is driving the increase in business for Q3?
I think it's going to be traditional promo products. I mean, if I had to guess, right, that's what I'm saying. I'm seeing it's going to be traditional promo products starting to be reintroduced into the sales cycle. It's not that they were completely absent during Q2, but they were severely negatively impacted. So that's what I think is really going to be driving it moving forward.
Okay, and you can see here as well. So we did it we did for our state of the industry issue and our state of the industry report. We did a sales outlook for certain end buyer markets, and you can see here, obviously, health and medical is the big winner out of all this, and then other ones that I think some of the obvious ones that like trade shows, sporting events, and hospitality are really struggling. Obviously, it's a lesson for distributors in terms of what markets are you targeting. And I think Nate, when we did this, when did we get the data for the state of the industry report?
We got this up towards the end of Q2. And
okay.
What it points to, I guess, also, and this is just to beat a drum here, but it's diversification. If unfortunately, if you were heavily invested in events, and there was listen, as Peter Shankman said earlier today, it's a huge global industry, right? Anything event related. If you had 100% of your apples in that basket, you got hit really hard. If you were diversified, you still got hit hard, but maybe not, but not quite as much.
Yep. So one quick question: how many distributors participated in this survey, the quarterly sales survey?
Yeah. So again, we do anywhere from 600 to 1,000 distributors every quarter that participate in our research.
All right, so we're just because we got a lot of data here, we're going to move on into our ad impression study. This looks at a whole bunch of different product categories. We're going to focus specifically on PPE because that was something new for this year. Nate, we're going to get to the effectiveness of masks in a second. But what were your overall sort of impressions of PPE and masks as promotional products based on the results from this study this year?
That the growth opportunities could be extraordinary, right? My wife just ordered $25 worth of masks from Tory Burch the other day because it was 5 for $25, and she's like, "This is a great deal. We got to get these." 7 months ago, I would have been like, "Why?" I think it shows that as we get out of the incredible avalanche that everybody needed PPE, and our industry had the lines on getting them. Now you get into actually the potential of PPE growing as a promotional product, not as a necessarily blank product if that's what they were being sold. It's making them fashionable. It's making them durable. It's making them, strange as it sounds, attractive to wear. And that's where I think that's where I sort of see it going.
So, first thing we asked is about how often are people wearing masks, and it was 80% of consumers are wearing masks out in public. That's something that I think we've seen definitely in the Northeast. It might be different in other parts of the country, but it's definitely something that we've seen for sure.
I think it's going to become, I just think that it's been growing. And I think as, I was resistant. I mean, I did not wear masks until it was required by our governor of New Jersey. I did not. And now it's just, when I walk around, it's going to feel weird the first time that I go into a store without one. Very, very weird.
Yeah, no, I agree. And you leave your house, you need, do you have your mask? That's become our new normal. Darn that term. But I think there's a difference between unbranded masks and branded masks. That's where our industry comes in, and it's done a great job of mobilizing and branding. We have information about how often those branded masks are being sold. But this is where we want to ask our audience. We're going to run our second poll here. Let's put up this poll now. And just a reminder, to answer the poll, click on your response. So the question is, have you sold branded face masks this year? Nate, I mean, just for a few seconds while everybody's voting, how many branded masks do you have?
Oh geez, man. My wife works in a hospital. She's a case manager at a hospital nearby, and they get them. Her hospital has been giving them out to them. So I mean, I would probably be north of a dozen at this point. How about you?
I have a few. We've gotten them from our soccer club, gave them out. Our synagogue gave them out. You're starting to see it as part of a normal giveaway where it's not just a T-shirt anymore. It's the mask instead of the T-shirt. So yeah, definitely starting to gain them. All right, so we've gone about 30 seconds here. Let's see what the results are.
73% said yes, and I am staggered and incredibly impressed by that number. Said yes. 73% of the attendees have sold branded face masks this year, and I guarantee you it wasn't that early on in the crisis, but it is now, and I think that's great because that's what I think is going to be sort of the future of PPE in this industry.
Yep. So thank you everybody for voting. That's great information, and you can see the difference. I think already how quickly this is turning. Because if you look at our findings here, when we asked this, it said that 39% of consumers report that they own the mask. That was 60% that didn't. It's amazing, I think, how quickly that's changing.
When we do this survey again, this was conducted again towards the in May and June. When we do this again in 2021, it's going to be very different.
And so beyond sort of just an increase in selling masks and people receiving masks, the things we were trying to get at with this is the effectiveness of branded masks. And the data we found that half of consumers would keep a logoed mask for more than 3 months. Mm-hmm. More than half, 57%, would be more likely to do business with the advertiser who gave them a promo mask. And if you look at the impressions, over 4,000 impressions per mask. So I mean, I think this is clear evidence to me that not only are branded masks being used more often, but there's I think obvious evidence that they are an effective promo product.
Oh my God, they're an effective promo product, and they're a promo product that actually serves the greater good of society. I mean, you know, not only do people like them, it actually, they're going to, they like them. They're going to be appreciative of the person, of the company that gave it to them, and it will help protect them. I mean, what else could you actually want from an advertising medium like this?
Yeah, no, and there's been an ongoing debate about, is PPE going to be around next year? How big is it going to be? And we're going to speak to that now with some of our recent ESP data. So first of all, taking a look at the top ESP search terms for 2020. I think no surprise, you know, that there are a number of PPE items in the top 10. The question I think that people are curious about is it still going to be PPE? If you look at September here, so that's what, 4 PPE products out of the top 10. If you looked at it maybe in Q2, we were showing that it was 8 or 9 of the top 10 ESP search terms were PPE products. So that, again, that looks to me like a return of traditional promo items. What have you been seeing?
100%. It's going to be a traditional return, but, and this is important, you know, it's going to be everything right now. Now you're looking at, I mean, it's an opportunity in my case, because you have these promotional products which have been huge for 20, 30, 40 years, right? And now all of a sudden you have this new type of products that are coming into the market that haven't really been in it before. So now not only can you sell traditional promo products like the writing instruments, like the bags, like the water bottles, now you also have like these new opportunities. So from a distributor point of view, it's a great opportunity for them to introduce their clients to new products that they haven't before. From a supplier point of view, if they're in the PPE space, it's a great opportunity for them just to expand their product line.
So Nate, did you know that there's an election going on?
No, was unaware.
So we only have.
I live in New Jersey. We don't actually see any ads here. I can't tell you how jealous that makes other people.
We only have like a minute left, so we're gonna have to go through this quickly, unfortunately. But we did some polling earlier in the year. We showed that the industry, their party affiliation is about half Republican, and the rest is kind of scattered. We asked, you know, what's your overall opinion of Trump's presidency? That kind of lines up with sort of where things are at. There's sort of half who view Trump's presidency favorably, half that don't. We asked, you know, who would be the ticket they would support. Half in support of Trump, a third in support of Biden and Harris. Yeah. Again, not as many Democrats as Republicans in this industry. And just maybe we can finish up with this. The issues that matter most in 2020 for our industry: economy, taxes, tariffs. It definitely seems to have an economic thrust to it.
Yeah, you would expect that. I mean, I think it's great that, I mean, that's exactly true. I mean, God, when was the last time you thought of tariffs, though? You know, that was the buzzword for all of 2019 into 2020, and I can't remember the last time it was that I actually thought about them. Our industry is made of entrepreneurs. It's made of business owners. It's not that people aren't concerned with all of the issues that are out there. They are, but everybody is concerned about the economic impact, and I think that's fair, and I am too. So that's what they're looking for. It's not that they're willing to like push everything else to the side. That's the economy. That is the only thing that matters. But they are definitely, it's from an economic point of view, especially when you're talking to people who are in business for themselves.
So there's a lot of data. We went through it relatively quickly. The good news is you can find our research at asicentral.com/research. You can, and this presentation will be recorded, so you can be viewed again in the handout, so you can look at this data more closely. Just lastly, Nate, this industry, this road to recovery, what do you think is how it's going to shake out in the coming months and next year?
It's going to be long term, and it's going to be gradual. And what I would say is, if there are setbacks, don't get discouraged. There's going to be setbacks. There's setbacks with any. We are. You know, one of the other terms I probably hate is uncharted, but this is uncharted territory, and there's going to be setbacks. So when they happen, roll with them as best as you can. I know that, you know, I've had to do that over the last couple of months, and we all will. So that's just keep moving forward and believe, as you know, Peter said, we will emerge different and stronger.
Well, thank you, Nate, for your insights, and thank you everybody for watching today. I'm going to send it back to Andy and Michelle.
Thanks, guys. That was awesome.
Yeah, I mean, just totally interesting look at the market. You know, we've really taken a pulse just about every month since March, and since we certainly left our offices on March 12th or 13th, and that's a good look at all of what that means. I mean, PPE, I think it was 73% of our audience here today had sold a branded mask. I guess we shouldn't be surprised by that number, but still, that's a big number that are
By the way,
taking
every
advantage.
month, I harangue Data Boy every 2 weeks for data. I think when he hears my
Yeah.
voice, he goes into the fetal position. Honestly.
He does that with all of us, I think. Well, Michelle, I think it's this has all been, fantastic and serious and offered great
Yes.
tips and advice. But I think it's time for maybe a little few minutes of some fun for our audience.
It's time for some fun trivia, Andy Cohen. Yes. And we
Let's
have some
do it.
prizes too. I have 3 questions to ask. As you said in the beginning, people can type in their answers, their responses, their guesses into the chat bar, and people will let us know. So we have 2 $100 Visa gift cards and a prize pack of 50,000 points from Hotel Engine and a 1-day, 1-night free car rental from Avis, who are ASI's business partners. So
Awesome.
without further ado, you can guess along, Andy, but you'll be wrong. You won't get it, but you can guess. You can feel free to guess.
I don't know. We'll see. Let's play.
Okay. First one. What year did Counselor Magazine first publish the Power 50?
Oh, Michelle, see, it's not
Any
fair.
guesses?
I know the answer here. I know.
Okay.
I
Well,
was there.
Just for you, Andy, do you remember who the very first people were in the #1 spot in the very first issue? I do.
Yeah. Yes, it was Michael and Philippe, right?
It
From
was Michael
Polyconcept?
Bernstein and Philippe Varnier. It sure was, from Polyconcept. Yeah.
Yeah, that was so yes, I do remember when. I won't give it away because I know we're doing a little trivia game here, but yeah, when we first decided to do that that list, I was a little nervous, shall we say.
Yeah, you know what? We're in our 15th year now. So at the end of this event, when we announce the 2020 Power 50, it will be the 15th iteration of the list. And there are
Well,
quite a few changes.
Since you said that, then I think you just gave the year away.
Oh, I did, didn't I?
If people can
You know
do
what?
simple math.
We have a woman named Christy who had just guessed before I said that, by the way. So Christy, congratulations. She wins that. Second question, and for this, you would have really had to be paying attention to Nate and CJ's session. And I know it's a little difficult, so whoever gets closest. If you don't get it exactly, it's whoever gets closest first, we'll give it to. What's the number of impressions a branded mask garners in its lifetime?
During their presentation, I actually wrote that number down and I tweeted it out. So if anybody's following me on Twitter, you got the answer. So it's a really impressive number. Obviously, when you're wearing a mask, you're in public these days. So that just by definition is going to garner a whole lot of impressions. And we measure over the lifetime, but this is probably a compressed period that it's actually going to be garnered in.
And we have a winner who got it spot on, and his name is Sean. Congratulations, Sean.
Sean followed me on Twitter, and I unfortunately
so he benefited from the Andy Cohen.
No, I actually don't know. I'm just guessing.
So the answer, you guys, was 4,235 impressions, which is unbelievable. And the last question is, what was the most searched for term in ESP over the last 7 months?
I mean, I have a good guess. I will not give it away, but it's just the most popular thing. It's the thing that has.
But popular by when? Because at first it was sanitizer, and then it was,
Sure.
Changed,
Yeah. Interesting thing about sanitizer. Before we go to the answer, we saw ESP searches were ahead of where the pandemic was because we randomly saw hand sanitizer searches going up like exponentially in December, January, February. And normally you get that in the winter, but it was past the point of normalcy. So we almost could have predicted where we would be if we looked at that and analyzed it closely.
Gotcha. Well, we have a winner for that as well, Russell Schultz. And the answer is face masks.
Makes total
was
sense.
The #1 search term, the most searched term for the past 7 months. So
As
congratulations to all our winners. We will get in touch with you and get you your prizes. So thanks very much for playing.
That was great. Thank you, Michelle. Yeah, as we saw from from Nate and CJ's presentation. You know, face masks and branded masks have been a little bit of a lifeline for this market. So so that was great. All right, we are going to move to our next session. And throughout the pandemic, the one word, Michelle, that we always heard, and we heard before, that Nate hates and that many of our audience hates, is pivot. But especially in our industry, that's really what suppliers and distributors quickly needed to do in March and April when they realized traditional promo was not going to be around for a little while. So suppliers were switching gears in a matter of hours to go from making t-shirts and other products to life-saving PPE. Well, now we're going to hear from somebody who also had to pivot and did it successfully. So ASI's Teresa Hagel is going to interview Chris Ferris, who's the CEO of Boost Promotions, about how his company had his own all-important pivot. So Teresa, take it away.
Hi,
All
guys.
right, thank you so much. Bye. So Chris, obviously we're talking about pivoting, which is everyone's least favorite word. But you know, obviously you guys, this has been a crazy year for everyone, and a lot of people have been, you know, down, and we've seen the numbers earlier, but you guys have actually, you know, seen a lot of success this year, and it's because of pivoting, correct? So maybe you can, like, just to start out, walk us through what you guys did. I mean, obviously there's PPE, but it was more than just PPE. So what did you guys do to pivot this year?
Yeah. Well, good question. Thanks. And yeah, and everybody's sick of the word pivot, right? So let's call it what it is. So what we did was, obviously during those last slides, you saw what's happened is there's a new category that's been created, right? The PPE category. So we recognized this real quick and easy. So we didn't pivot. We introduced a new category, a new product line to our clients, right? So I think that's where we went to, because we have the infrastructure, the personnel, the supply chain in place in order to, on a daily basis or pre-pandemic, you know, provide great service, great product to our clients and give them what they want and need. So this just happened to be obviously a very unique situation, a different situation than always been in, but we did pretty much change course and give the trendy item or the new category to the client. So we're still providing the great service that we did. But in saying that, we also, during the time, created very different contacts and new contacts, whether they were municipalities, states, governments, etc. So what we did was literally, I think it changed within less than 24 hours, is when we were watching the news and I saw Governor Cuomo in New York really complaining and like, we need help. And I said, wait a second, we can help. We have the infrastructure, we have the contacts in place. So that was a Friday night. And then Saturday morning, I literally emailed chiefs of staffs of all different states and everything. And I remember jumping up and down. I got an email back from a chief of staff, and I had a conference call 20 minutes later, 15 minutes after that, signed the contract. And on Sunday, we had our first purchase order, which is a massive purchase order for 3-ply masks, N95s, and some sanitizer. And then we're off to the races. So from there, what we did was have our staff really start contacting all of our clients. Number one, are you okay, right? First and foremost on the human element. And number two, we're here if you need us. Everybody's in this crazy situation. Nobody knows what's happening. We are here if you need us, and we can provide the items that are in demand at this point. So that's kind of how it all started. And then from there, we just kept going and introducing new services. And I said, well, everybody's stuck in their houses. Let's, like everybody, you know, kidding. Let's create some kits, and not branded, and it didn't have to be branded. And I really was pushing, let's not do branded. Let's do, you know, coffee kits. People are or fun puzzles and games to play with their kids and interact with their families. Because again, this is a human element. This is a human situation. This is not a like, you know, you don't need a branded mask when you're stuck in your house in lockdown for 2 to 3 months, right? So we were just trying to find ways in order to help our clients get through this challenging time, and also the uncertainty. So it was more on a fun aspect. So that's kind of both ways that we introduce new category to our clients.
Yeah. So I think you also had mentioned to me previously that you guys added a lot of technology during this time, invested in technology.
Yeah.
What things did you do there?
Yeah, we already had some very good technology infrastructure in place. Some of the industry standards, but also Box and Slack and some project management tools that we've already used. But now that we were all dispersed and in different areas, different places, I said, well, we need to communicate better, not only just on the computer, but how about on the telephone, right? So we introduced a brand new software system, which is basically a telephone software system, but it integrates the Zoom technology into it. It integrates the Slack technology where, the instant messaging, and also integrates project management tools. So now we have a comprehensive, basically software which you can get on any device, your computer, your laptop, your cell phone, any device. Now you can make calls through the app, through your phones, but also you can even call right through your computer.
Yeah.
So it's just a great technology, more of the connectivity while everybody's in remotely.
Right. Well, I think it's also interesting because so many people during this time are cutting people, cutting, services, but you're, investing. So it's like a different strategy than perhaps, people would think of automatically. So why do you think you guys were able to make that pivot so quickly and add these new services?
Yeah, well, there wasn't any other option, right? I mean, it's pretty simple for me. It's black and white. In business, you have to be able to change courses quickly in order to be effective, because trends come and go, especially in our industry. We know everybody and their grandmother had a fidget spinner. Where are they now?
Go there.
Right, they're gone, right? They're gone. But if you don't act fast, and if you put them on a container and get them here in 120 days, the trend could be gone. So really, in order for us to be successful during this time, where everybody else, it's kind of like Warren Buffett, when everybody's running from the market, you buy. When everybody's in the market, you sell. Same type of thing. I've been prepared for a downturn. We've had 12 years of a great economy. There had to be something that was coming up. So I was prepared for that. I run a very, very tight ship here. And so we didn't have an option. We had to pivot and we had to do it. Really, at the end of the day, there was no other way. And for me, I make quick decisions. I make them fast in order to be effective. Do they all work? Absolutely not. But who cares? It's better than the alternative, right? You don't fail at anything unless you stop.
Yeah. We have a quick question from Claudia. She wants to know, what was the name of the technology that you invested in? I think the phone technology.
Oh, Ring Central.
Ring Central. Okay.
Yep.
Is that that's not like the Ring doorbell, is it?
No,
Okay.
it's not.
Something totally different. Never mind. Okay.
Yeah,
I think something else you had mentioned to me was that during this pandemic, you had some time to kind of step back and do some top line thinking to help you guys move into the future. So can you talk about, the importance of that? Because I think, that's something that so many people don't have time to do, or they don't make the time to do it. So why is it important to take that step back?
Yeah, that's so I'm guilty as well. Pre-pandemic, I'm so guilty. We've been on fire for a long time, and I'm an operator. I love to be in the trenches. I love to be in front of the clients. So I'm so guilty of this. Like, just, hey, there's 24 hours in a day. You can't take a couple hours to really think about this. Where after the mayhem of the first initial wave, the March, April, May, I had some time to really think and say, okay, we just changed courses really quickly. And it was, Q2 was the best quarter on record for our company. So what else? Now let's look down the road, because I'm all about consumer behavior, what's happening. And consumer behavior really was expedited by at least 5 years to what happened, especially, I mean, my parents even ordered something online, which never happened, didn't even know what a computer was. So it really, I took a step back and looked at the bigger picture on a macro standpoint, rather than just in the now and a micro, kind of from the clouds, rather than being on the ground and being on the operational standpoint. And I said, okay, well, if this happens now, this is going to change the dynamic in the future for consumer behavior. Experiences are different. Workplaces will be different. So how can we now help our clients in more than just promotional products and branded merchandise, really. How can we do that? Because there's no water cooler talk anymore. You can't go, so, hey, Joe, who did you use to design that logo? Joe's at home and so are you, right? So in the hybrid model that will be here, the offices are 100% in need and will be going forward. But, you know, so what we did was I basically said, okay, we're talking to marketing, advertising people, you know, event people, and, you know, half the times, and probably everybody on this listening's, you know, how many times you get a logo and say, this can't be embroidered, there's no chance, this can't be, right? Because they're not thinking on a 360-degree standpoint of your marketing, they're just thinking this will look amazing digitally or on paper, right? So we've added a lot of creative services, not in addition to just strictly creating merchandise, but creating total brand identities, awareness, e-com platforms, which we're already in before, but now we took it a step further. And now we have full retainers from companies within literally the last 2 months to take their e-commerce to a particular level, and their social media as well. Because of the people I hired in the past, I guess 3 months now, as time flies, but you know, we've added people to our staff in order to support what I'm thinking going forward, in order to generate more revenue from existing clients, right? Because that's how we always have to find a new way. And then also, how do we attract different clients in this thing, which in turn will lead to our core competency, which is, you know, branded merchandise.
Right, right. But offer them all of those things that are kind of related to the branded merchandise, but all those other advertising and digital tools that they need. Now, you'd mentioned before about, you know, the PPE. You got a lot of, it sounds like a lot of brand new people that you haven't worked with before. Are you guys doing things to try to keep them beyond the pandemic? Like, how do you keep them as clients going forward?
Yeah, that's so. I call them COVID contacts.
Yeah.
So, right. It really pushed. You know, word spreads quickly that you can get stuff, right? So I was getting calls from people all over the place, even big brands that had inventory sitting there and didn't know what to do. So my long-term strategy, and we just kind of implemented this recently, is let me talk to all the, again, I'm categorizing them as COVID contacts just for conversation, but how do we convert them into traditional promotional product, brand and merch, right? So I'm working on a very, very large deal right now from one of those in a category that I never thought I would be in ever. But again, it's really now where we can, because of the timing is fine. No one's panicking anymore. We're understanding what this is, and we're all kind of living with it, right? So now I can have a business conversation with them, rather than just, hey, do you need help to help people, right, in need? Right. So now it's like, okay, listen, we've gotten through the noise. What do you actually do? Is there something that we can work together and help on? And that's really coming to fruition. So I see Q4 as an amazing time to convert a lot of those contacts that we made during this time. And I think 2021 is going to be a crazy, great year.
Well, I mean, it kind of makes sense because you showed them at like the hardest time that you could be there for them. So now that things are getting back to normal, you know, why wouldn't you still be able to still deliver, you know, when it's, you know, presumably a little easier than it was back then? Yeah,
you know, anytime you try to get an opportunity or to win business, because everybody is, you know, buying product from somebody already, right? No one's out there unless it's a startup and you've never done it. But how do we convert them? But how do we, they always will give you a project that no one else can do, right? In normal times, like, hey, try this. And you're like, well, this is just a setup to fail, right? So, but this was a totally different, this was the biggest stage that we've had in a lifetime. And now we proved to them when everybody else couldn't really, I mean, there's so many horror stories out there. And so that really helped our, you know, me as a human being and our staff as a human being, right? How did we work through this time and how were we effective? And we delivered what we said. And if something was going to happen, you know, when things got stuck in customs, which they all did, we were very transparent with them. So it just showed honesty and integrity.
Yeah, which are things that I think Peter Shankman talked about before as well. So we have another question. How do you prefer to access the information you need from suppliers? Things like inventory availability, imprint information, shipping information, etc. And this is a question from Scott.
Okay, it was, how do we access inventory levels?
How do you prefer to access the information you need from suppliers?
Oh, that's a good question. I wish my entire staff was here. I think right now they are doing, because the major suppliers have invested heavily into technology, which is really, really great to see. So their number one way is online on the websites. But if it's a really time consuming or a time sensitive project, I know they'll look at the website plus call.
Yeah, sometimes you need to back it up with that old fashioned call.
Yeah.
I think we have gotten, I think our time is up now, but it was so great to talk with you today, Chris. It was really informative, really great. And I think now we're going to head back to Andy and Michelle.
Great. Thanks for having me.
Thanks, Teresa and Chris. That was totally awesome. The way that companies can pivot, Michelle, is truly amazing to me. It really just is.
I think what Chris said is right. I mean, what do you do if not that? You know what I mean? I think the companies that I worry about, frankly, are the ones who were frozen in such malaise for the first weeks or months. I mean, Chris is very, very smart that he immediately got on it.
But doesn't it seem so daunting? Like all of a sudden in like week one, he's talking to the governor of New York or a representative of the governor of New York's office, and is closing deals for millions of dollars of PPE. Like, he sold branded products prior to that.
That's why, I mean, these people are so fabulous at being so innovative. That's why, you and I sit here and conjugate verbs. They're out there doing that. We could never do what they do.
It's amazing and inspiring, so I hope everybody that's watching is getting the same inspiration that I am, because it's amazing. It really is amazing. The ingenuity and flexibility that companies in our industry have are truly amazing.
It is. Two things. Number one, a guy sent a question in. Grant Russell would like to know if I am going to be drinking that bottle of wine behind me. My answer is the minute this is over, Grant.
We have a couple more hours to go, and then yes.
As soon as it's over. Andy, your session is next, and it's going to be great. I'm excited to listen because it involves, look, you could arguably say that there are three markets that are so tethered to this industry that until they come back, this industry is going to, move towards recovery at a glacial pace. And that, of course, is restaurants and hospitality, educations, and meetings and events. And you're going to be talking to three different people in those fields. And the first person you're going to be talking to, so excited, is somebody who's got a really great perspective, because not only are they a supplier in the industry, but hello, Rich Carollo. He owns a restaurant in Chicago called Flo and Santos, which we love. And we are huge fans of Mr. Carollo's here. So with that, I will let you guys take it away.
Great. Thank you, Michelle. As Michelle said, I am super excited for this next batch of sessions. We kind of put them together, but it is three different people. And what I love so much about the Power Summit is that we don't just have people speaking that are from within the industry. We also look from without. And so this is a look at, as Michelle said, three markets and people that are in those markets and how they've been impacted by the pandemic and how they're then moving forward. So Rich Carollo, welcome to our show here today.
Thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. So while Rich is the head of supplier firm Lions Circle, we're most interested here today to talk to him about his restaurant in Chicago. So he and his family own a restaurant in Chicago that I've been to a few times. And Rich, I missed it this summer when we couldn't be there during ASI Chicago.
Well, I missed a lot of people this year, that's for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's jump into it. Rich, when the pandemic first hit in March and restaurants were ordered to suddenly shut down, what were the first few things that you had to do as a restaurant owner?
Well, it got tough. The first thing you have to do is, you weren't sure if we were going to be essential or not essential. We do takeout, so we had to try to figure out, okay, where do we fit in this mix? We had to do a good round of layoffs, at least in the beginning, and then try to figure it all out. So once we got that going, once we figured out that the takeout was going to still work, and we were still getting support from the industry, or from the neighborhood, I should say, then that's when it was completely focused on takeout. Let's see how long takeout's going to be. Let's see how long this pandemic's going to be, and really focus a lot on the PPE loan that was going to help us out.
So as marketing is concerned, how has the pandemic shifted your restaurant's marketing strategies? What have you had to do differently during this time?
So, when it came to, the restaurants are different. There's plenty, there's your fine dining, there's your takeout, and everybody else. I could speak on the independent neighborhood place. So when it was marketing before, we were promoting pizzas, we were promoting the food, we were promoting our beer garden. We have a very nice beer garden, which was really helpful throughout this time. So what we've decided then is there's such a big push for save the local place. Between media, American Express came out with a nice promotion. So everybody was hitting the social media. We're still out here, guys. We're going to keep promoting. We're going to keep producing. And we were really happy with, considering where it could have been, we were pretty happy with what we were doing. Our uptick in takeout was fantastic, and the neighborhood really took care of us. So what we had to do was just focus on that. Hey, we're here. We're only here. We're a South Loop kind of company, and this is what we do.
Were there any new efforts that you guys had to do, or was it really mostly sort of coupling on what others were doing?
Well, it had a lot of when we were focused on takeout. So obviously we do packaging here at Lion. We started recreating some new packaging. We started, we were handing out desserts for every takeout order, and all over that
Free
box.
desserts?
What we do, we have punchkis, if you're familiar with that.
Wait,
And
wait, you have what?
the punchkis,
What is that?
It's a Polish donut, for the lack of better words.
Oh my, sounds good.
Yeah, they're little deep fried Polish donuts. And so we put them in a box, and then we decorated the boxes. We had, every week we came out with a new saying on them. We had a little jokes on them, just to try to keep us and everybody else going. And just please, support the businesses on the street. People were closing up. People were worried. People were worried we were going to close. And so we just got to keep that going, keep that marketing going, keep the Facebook and the social media going. That was pretty much what we were focused on.
I had one. You gave away free desserts. I had one place near me that's actually very much like Flo and Santos. They were giving free 6-packs of beer with all takeout orders that you paid by cash.
Well, that sounds a little fishy to me, a little bit, but yeah, that would work. That would work.
You know what? It got me a couple times. It was like you couldn't even pick it. It was just sort of whatever loose singles they had, because they couldn't be a bar anymore. So they just had the loose singles.
Right, and they had an inventory they had to move. Yeah,
exactly.
So
desserts or beer, one or the other.
Yeah,
so
you talked about, we had our liquor license, so we were able to sell that out the door.
There you go. You talked about the packaging that you guys were able to kind of shift on, as far as coupling Lion Circle with your restaurant. What other promotional products have you been able to incorporate into the business as the 7 months have gone on?
Well, I mean, now that we've opened back up, being so beer heavy and alcohol heavy, because we have 22 taps online. So we had plenty of microbreweries that were coming out, handing out whatever promotions they were doing. And we were kind of relying on them for a while. But unfortunately, all those guys took a big hit too. So your big brewers are doing fine, but the small guys, which is what we like to highlight, they were having a huge issue. So a lot of their promotional spending stopped. So now that it's getting colder, we are, focused. We bought a round of blankets that we're selling at the restaurant. We're also doing a scarf and mitten promotion, trying to keep as much of the beer garden open as much as we could. We still can.
Right. What had you done? Had you done anything with the restaurant as far as promotional products is concerned, either in the use of the restaurant or marketing the restaurant, that you now can't use anymore, that just aren't as functional as maybe they once were?
Yeah, so we were doing, I mean, you can imagine, in the section of the city we're really close to Soldier Field, we're really close to Millennium Park. All these things would have events all the time. So I would say the mix of the restaurant was probably something more of like a 60-40 local to 40% tourist or business or things are going on, a Bears game or whatnot, or concerts. Now that's 95%
Right.
local. So, you know, we were doing things, we still have, the Bears are huge for us. The Bears promotions, we would do, the Chicago Marathon finished right by us. So these were all things that we would promote, actually on the strip. Now we don't do any of those. And a lot of that product was what we were doing here at Lion too, either with hand fans or, you know, we did a lot of kids crowns and things like that. Right now we've kind of took a hiatus on that.
Right. Gotcha. Reminder for the audience, if you guys have any questions along the way, either for Rich or any of our panelists or any of our moderators, just type them into the question box and we'll get to as many of them as we can during the session, and certainly follow up if we can't get them during the sessions. So as far as outlooks are concerned, you know, what we're trying to do here with these three markets is provide our audience with a look at where these markets are headed. These are big customers. Restaurants are big customers of promotional products companies. So what's your outlook for not just your restaurant, but also restaurants in general and the hospitality business as we look at 2021?
I would divide restaurants into two different categories, the ones that have takeout and the ones that don't. Because the guys that have takeout, they're going to hold their head above water, and if not, actually doing better. There's plenty, if you can imagine, plenty of your fast food guys have shut down their dining rooms.
Yeah.
So they're doing nothing but takeout. Those guys are doing okay. We're doing okay because we do have that mix of takeout. The fine dining guys, it's going to be brutal. You know, here in the city, they're trying to do igloos. The mayor's trying to pretend like, oh yeah, they have these big plastic igloos that they're supposed to put up, but you can't put any natural heat in them, natural gas heat. So I'm not exactly sure how it's going to work. But everybody's trying to tell, and you can put them on the street, by the way. You can put them in a parking spot on the street. So when cars come sloshing by, I'm sure it'll be a beautiful fine dining experience. So I mean, you know, a lot of those guys are really going to take it hard, trying to figure out, work with their landlords, try to figure that kind of stuff. But the guys that are doing the takeout, they're going to be okay. You know, when the industry shrieks up a little bit, you know, those guys get to grow better. We did all right. So in the next 6 months, though, it's going to be tough. It's going to be tough. You know, what I have found is when you have the local guys coming in, people want to come in and support your restaurant. They want to support the bartender they were talking to. They want to talk to that waitress they've been talking to. And they'll stand in line for an hour for a dining room that's only 40% open if they're lucky enough to do it. Those guys will buy promotional products from the restaurant. Do your apparel, get a hat or a t-shirt that the busboys are wearing, or come up with your own. People say, you know what? I'm just going to go and put $50 down on a gift card because I know you guys need that kind of thing. They'll do it, and it's been pretty fortunate on that. So, you know, so until spring breaks, it's going to be tough.
Right.
But you know, the other thing that people are really focusing on are different creative types of packaging. The restaurants are doing more of a takeout. So if you can imagine, you know, Olive Garden's really successful now, that meal for 4, meal for 6. They're going to be looking for special packaging for that kind of thing. If you can build that presentation, and there's a lot of promotional product distributors that are doing that. If they can focus on that kind of work, they'll be all right.
So what else do you think distributors can do outside of that to help restaurants in their marketing efforts as they're planning for 2021? And maybe it's even more spring than current.
Right. So I would honestly go and talk to your clients. You know, you were talking about pivoting before. Restaurants are pivoting, okay? Which means that they're going to be looking for help in what their new marketing plan is. Is it going to be more of a focus on the takeout, like I say? Do they have new menu items? Do they need to promote those new menu items? And honestly, the people that work in a restaurant, they could use some appreciation too. It's not easy. You know, when you have the to and the fro, you have everybody arguing about the mask, and you get every individual customer that wants to come in to discuss about arguing about a mask. You know, these people have jobs. They got to do what they have to do. It's very, very difficult for them.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. Well, before we let you go, Rich, I got a question from the audience from Jeremy. Do you have an online store for your restaurant? And if so, how were sales within that the last 6 months versus the previous 6 months before COVID?
So we do have, when you say an online store, I think you're saying like a website to order from.
I think that's what the person means.
Yeah, yeah. So we do have that. We have a pretty good visibility in DoorDash and Grubhub here in Chicago. So we get most of our deliveries on that. We did try, and because we laid off the serving staff, some suggested they would like to try to do a delivery thing, which proposed a whole different set of problems. But
Sure.
when they're laid off, you're trying to do anything to keep your guys going. So yeah, it was 100% until we got to open up the dining room. And then once the dining room comes on, I would say now we're closer to a 50-50 between takeout and indoor dining.
Gotcha. All right. Well, Rich, thanks very much for sharing your insights here, and good luck as you not only try to build up the restaurant again, but with Lion Circle as well.
Yeah, well, thanks. I appreciate it. I enjoyed this.
Great. All right, Rich, thank you very much. Next up in our round of 3 markets and representatives from those markets is Kate Hornberger. Kate is a marketing expert who actually worked at ASI way back when, so it's nice to see you, Kate.
Hi, Andy. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for being here. Kate now works at the Wharton Business School at the University of Pennsylvania, and she's going to be sharing her experiences with us in the education market and how that has obviously had to shift greatly over the last 6 months. So, Kate, first, before we even jump into it, what are your responsibilities at UPenn?
Sure. So thank you for asking, because Penn is just such a huge school, so many different schools within Penn. I specifically work for Wharton, and I market to executives from all over the world who are in very high-level positions, who come to Penn for a very immersive experience. So they come, if they're, let's say, a VP in their company and they're moving up to a C-level role where maybe they have more teams under them than they're used to having, and they need to expand their knowledge set or their skill set, they'll come to Wharton from anywhere from a week to 6 weeks. They stay there full time, and they'll take on these leadership or finance or strategy classes to help them just get that skill set under their belt. And so that's the part of Wharton that I work for.
Gotcha. Okay, so obviously any school has changed greatly over the past 6 months, and how they've had to market themselves and just exist has changed greatly. So for you guys, what does the landscape of UPenn look like now versus, say, last year at this time?
A lot has changed. This time last year, Penn would have just welcomed back thousands of students, professors, staff, executives, like I talked about. Students would be settling to their dorm rooms. On any given day, you'd see hundreds of people just strolling up and down Locust Walk, sitting and chatting with what we call Ben on the Bench. It's a famous statue of Ben Franklin, and on any given day, all day long, you see a queue of people from all over the world waiting to take pictures with him. Makes you very proud to be from Philadelphia, such a historic city. But as of today, the vast majority of instruction for undergraduate students is online, with very limited exceptions like clinical experiences in nursing, where they absolutely have to be there in person or doing something hands-on. The graduate and professional programs, such as executive education, like I talked about, it's a primarily global audience, so they are facing travel restrictions on top of the campus being closed. They're all in the same boat. And I know, like exec ed, the part of the school that I work for they already know they're not inviting participants back for in-person programs until at least April.
Wow. So they've already put that date flag in the sand, so to speak.
They have, yes.
Wow. So what do you guys, how have you had to shift marketing wise to keep, or even just communication wise, to keep connected with students if they're all remote? How has that changed, what you do on a daily basis?
We have changed everything as we know it. We've honestly moved a lot of our marketing efforts online, like a lot of folks have in the education space. We've created, like, you know, there was this transition time where we didn't have a lot of programs that were online or live virtual. And so what we had to do while we were ramping that up is, you know, we still have these students or these executives that paid to come to school, and they're sitting home wondering, like, what are they going to do? And so we created this free live cast series with very relevant and timely content from what's going on, some directly from our programs that already existed, like leading through challenging times and supply chains and understanding the impact of the latest news in terms of, you know, the impact it has on your financial portfolio. And so what we started to do was just tease this content out, you know, like, let's just offer it for free. What do we have to lose? It was only like a part of what you would have gotten if you had taken like a full semester or, you know, a week-long program. But it was just like, we wanted everyone to, you know, have something to work with and something that helped them during this time. And I believe that there's room for promotional products during these live casts in the form of like giveaways or, you know, apparel and signage in the background, similar to what Michelle's been doing all morning. And we build awareness of each and every new live virtual program that we've launched via email. We're using paid media, as well as like paid and organic social channels. At this time, we're using promo for very select, like we call them custom clients. So think of large companies who send groups of senior level executives to our school. So we are doing some promo products in that space, although we have cut back, and we, you know, but we still want our participants to feel like they're part of the Wharton family. So we are doing what we can.
So do you think that that's been successful? Like, how have your participants reacted, not just to the use of promotional products or, you know, whatever sort of promotional products you've used, but also in offering of free content and doing unique things that you hadn't done before?
It's been very, I mean, it's hard to say successful because I have nothing to measure it against. I think it's helping. And like I said, you know, we do a lot of studies where we'll go to past participants or even future students who have not yet taken any programs or classes, and we poll them. We ask them, like, why did you choose Wharton over any other school, or Penn over any other school? And one of the top, I would say 3, sometimes 5 reasons or answers is they want that brand affiliation. And so they want it on their resume. They're proud to be there. They want everyone to know. They want it on LinkedIn. They want to wear it. They want to, you know, have water bottles that they're drinking up. They want people to know that they went to this school. And so I think that as long as we can deliver that, it makes people happy.
So obviously, Kate, everybody has had to shift and probably tighten their marketing spend. How has the pandemic shifted your guys' marketing promotions?
We've tightened up our marketing spend. You know, like we had to. You know, it's no secret the schools are not making as much revenue as they usually do. However, we also acknowledge the importance of marketing. We are, you know, Wharton isn't like a #1 business school. So we acknowledge the importance of marketing and communication, creating awareness, especially during an economic downtime. In fact, we're seeing a major increase in interest in a lot of our new online programs, which has been really cool. And we've decided we're not going to stop. Even when things go back to normal, these online virtual live programs are here to stay, especially like for people who are realizing they now have time or newfound flexibility that they've never had. A lot of people, you know, they're parents with young kids, like they can't commit to leaving their family for a week or 6 weeks. So this is giving them an opportunity to take advantage of the education that they didn't have before. That was always a challenge on my part from a marketing perspective. How do we get folks who have that challenge to campus? So that's been a success. And people who may not have, you know, had the opportunity to travel to Philadelphia. now have the opportunity to take advantage of Penn Education. So we're really watching the landscape of education just change before our eyes.
It's interesting to think what it all might look like, 3 to 5 years down the line, as far as schools or universities in your case, or business schools in your case, are concerned. Will there be a mix of students that come from everywhere and stay where they are? I would imagine that that's something you guys have to be planning for at this point.
It is 100%. It is, like I said, online's here to stay. So if we can do and we always had like an online offering, right? But it wasn't, these certification programs or these like extensive, immersive experiences these are the ones that I'm talking about when I say we're transitioning it to online. And so some challenges we've had to face are, these executives want to learn from other executives. They want to hear from their peers. And so that's what makes the in-person experience so valuable. And so the challenge has been, well, how do you get that experience online? And I think we found a pretty great way. Like with a lot of platforms, if you're not familiar, there are, little chats where you get kind of bumped into this like group, like this like chat room of like a portion of the class where it's just you and maybe 3 or 4 other people, and you do your group work and then you come back. And so the solutions are out there, and we're finding ways to use them. It's kind of forcing us to find ways to use them. And so that's really exciting. So it's here to stay. And what we are going to have to figure out is, how do we, make sure that the people who are studying online are getting that same feeling that they're part of the Penn family that the people who are on campus are getting. And so I think we can achieve that through things like promotional products.
Right. And I would imagine that that's something that distributors and companies in the promotional products industry really should be talking to their school clients about, exactly how they can communicate and stay in touch with students of any age that are just remote, because that's going to continue.
Exactly.
So, Kate, what role do you see promotional products playing for schools in the next 8 to 12 months? Like we were just saying, there is a need to keep in touch and to make people feel connected to the school that they're in. Is that the main opportunity, or are there others?
I think that's one opportunity. One thing that actually Rich, the previous speaker, was just talking about that raised a flag, or raised my eyebrow, was he talked a little bit about, it's not just about your prospects, right? It's not just about marketing and revenue. It's also about your staff and your employees and retention and morale. And so I think there's an opportunity there too. Like as soon as we made the decision that we'd be working from home at Penn, they put together this pamphlet of like what that looks like, what returning to campus could potentially look like for people that still have to go there. They send us all beautiful masks with Penn's logo. And so, that made us feel like, okay, we can do this. This is the new norm. This is what's to be expected. And I'm proud to work for a university that's taking this on and leading the way. And so I think there's an opportunity there too.
Right. So, staying on that, and before we let you go, what do you think are the 3 most important things that distributors can do to approach the education market and target clients like yourself? What do they need to do to ensure that this massive market that probably everybody on the line deals with in some way, how do they need to maybe shift how they approach somebody like yourself?
If I were a distributor, I've worked for a lot of different companies, and like someone mentioned, I worked for ASI as well. So I'm from the industry. So it's nice to have kind of both perspectives and a perspective from multiple industries. So if I were a distributor, I'd be thinking about the challenges companies are facing and how I can be part of these solutions, right? There's all new challenges we're facing. When I worked for Salesforce for a few years, and I worked with a vendor they were a mom and pop vendor out of Indianapolis. They were incredible. We worked so closely together. I was on a field marketing team at the time, and so it was my job to really learn about every single company or prospect that we were, we wanted to partner with. And so I got to know the company really well, the people that worked there, and then I would put together unique packages or just anything that would get their attention, and send it to them and hope for a call or to get a seat at the table when they're choosing vendors. And so this distributor that I worked with helped a lot with our logistics, which was great. So what they did was we would place an order with them for water bottles or notebooks and pens, what have you. They would keep everything for us, which was great because I worked in a tiny little New York office. I didn't have the space to hold everything. And I'm not a shipping machine, right? So it was like, oh, it was me. So
Right.
I needed help with that. And so they took on the shipping logistics. And I think back to that now because that's the problem we're facing in marketing, not just in education, but everywhere. Like everyone's home. Like we're not going to be shipping stuff, these products from our houses. And so if there's any way you can offer that as a solution, I think that would be really helpful to people.
Mm-hmm. That's great. Are you home, by the way? That looks more like an office.
I am home.
Ah, you have a great home office background there. Much better than my sort of windows, which I'm stuck with in my home office. But so, Kate, if you could give our audience one last piece of advice, what would it be? What do you think that they need to do to ensure that the education market is an opportunity for them in 2021, as opposed to something that they're almost shying away from?
Sure, and I'll speak not just to education, but also like all of the industries I've worked in so far. So, and I really learned this when I worked for Google. Some companies have teams that have their own budgets that aren't traditional, like part of a traditional company. So I would say, reach out to people outside of the marketing teams. Sometimes HR teams have budgets, right? Like I talked about employee morale and retention.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes the sales teams have their own budgets. Sometimes there's so many sales teams within an organization that they can't all be going to marketing when they need support. They do it themselves. We even had a team, it was like I don't know what they were called, but they were these like customer advocates, and it was their job to go out and touch influencers within companies. And so they would go out and just, whether it was like stickers for your laptop or just like anything that they could just put out in front of people to get them excited about the brand and working with us. So that would be my tip, think outside of the traditional box.
That's great. Well, that's perfect advice to leave on, because it's something that we're really focused on here today, is the idea of being flexible and trying new and unique things to target your clients with. So, Kate, thanks very much for joining us and for lending your ideas here today.
Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. Okay, our next in our trio of markets is going to focus on the trade show and events market. So it's expected that our industry won't really fully recover until large events and big gatherings return. Things like entertainment, education, sports, corporate events, trade shows. Those represent a huge percentage of sales in our industry. And here is shed some light on the very important trade show and events market is Marie Hunter, Senior Director of IEEE Meetings, Conferences, and Events. So Marie, thanks for joining us.
Well, thank you, Andy. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. We're glad you could be here. As I said in that little brief intro, trade shows and events are the things that our audience depends on. So it's going to be interesting to hear your perspective as somebody who plans these events and does so many of them every year. So first, as we get into it, could you give us some background on the type of events and maybe the number of events that your company traditionally operates?
Sure, I'd be happy to. IEEE is the world's largest association for engineers who are involved in electric or electronic engineering. And my role is to oversee the conference business as well as other meetings and events that we do, which is a $150 million a year source of revenue for this nonprofit organization. So it's critical to our mission. and we do approximately 2,000 events per year. And one other aspect of the conferences that we do is that they're publishing conferences. So not only is the live event a revenue stream, the publishing pipeline feeds into another revenue stream, which is the largest revenue stream for the Institute. But 2/3 of the content from that revenue stream flow through events. So it's a lot.
Yeah. Personally, I'm very familiar with your organization, mostly because we're competitors in the Neal Awards competition. So,
Okay.
so that IEEE always wins all the big ones that we want to win as well. So, so as the pandemic first hit in March, and you realized in-person events and trade shows just really wouldn't be happening, what was your first reaction? Like, what were the first few things you had to do?
Well, actually, I could see it coming a bit before then because we are a global organization and I have about 200 conferences a year in China. So very early on, I could see what was happening in China and I could see that it was spreading. So I think an earlier panelist, Chris, said that he was prepared for something to come. To some degree, I was prepared. I think that each year we do an annual conference for our conference organizers and leadership. And in 2018, our conference was in Berlin and the theme was emergency preparedness. So it's something that's core to my everyday practice, although nobody thought that every event would be disrupted. I'm more familiar with your average hurricane or earthquake type scenario, but I didn't foresee that everything would go south on, at the same time. But we could see in January that this was happening. So we had in place a few preparedness practices, one of which is an emergency response team. And I activated that on January 21st. And subsequent to that, I formed a company-wide team across all disciplines because I knew it was a revenue event and I knew that it was bigger than a bread box. So we started. So we immediately, we had some protections because we were prepared. I had excellent insurance in place. And I knew that for the most part, my revenue was protected, which was fantastic. We also have a very resented strong force majeure policy that is in place. But I think the 10 years of resentment since I put it in place paid off this year. So on the expense side, we were good too. That allowed us to really look at the community and the people who were impacted, which for us was authors and researchers around the globe. And if we think about what was just said about universities, many of our researchers were thrust out of their laboratories and their universities, and their personal timeline for either getting published or graduating, getting their PhD, whatever it was severely disrupted as well. And our mission was to help them get published. And so we pivoted to digital, and we pivoted very quickly. I had a small digital events team in place, certified, up to speed on tools, but it was a very small team doing about a dozen events a year. And then they became sort of the epicenter of the company in very short order.
Right. They suddenly moved from the background to center stage, so to speak, didn't they?
Right. And so a lot of my events team were quickly cross-trained and that kind of thing. So we've had, as I said, there's about 2,000 events. About 1,000 of them are what we call financially owned. And then 1,000 of them are just technical consultation and publication. So of the 1,000 that we own, 600 of them have gone virtual. And the rest were either in January, February in places that hadn't been locked down yet. A few in the first week of March managed to go through. And then from then it's been virtual, some held in the same time frame that they originally planned and others pushed to later in the year. 50% of those events are happening fourth quarter. So it's busy.
So are they happening in person?
They're happening virtually. And now we're beginning to see in small pockets the emergence now of the hybrid events. So in China, for instance, I have about 25 that are hybrid between now and the end of the year. We do see some very small, under 20 people happening, where it's safe to do so. But for the most part, it's virtual. and but happening in year for the most part.
When's your next in-person event scheduled domestically? Do you have anything
There
on the
are
calendar?
some in-person events scheduled in, starting in February, but to be candid, they're in full consultation about, they're probably going to need to go virtual. So there's a large one that we think will be okay for June, fingers crossed.
Gotcha.
But, it's in every contract, in every scenario, we're anticipating the pivot to virtual or the pivot to hybrid should that need to be, because it's not just, is it safe in the locale that it's occurring, it's can people get into the country?
Of course.
And are there 14-day quarantine boundaries and all of this?
Right.
So it's all very, tenuous.
Absolutely. So as you've had to make these shifts to virtual, how has that shift changed any of your events marketing strategies? What have you had to do differently as far as trying to get the word out?
Well, we do have a bit of an unusual, quote unquote, marketing strategy, because these events are really driven by the research that's being shared at the conference. So traditionally, it has very much been a word of mouth, author to author type of approach. And they, even prior to me joining the firm, they didn't, quote unquote, market the conference itself. There
Right.
has been a history with the trade shows and other larger events that where there's a large exhibitor presence, that's where the giveaways really would come into place in volume. For the others, it might just be something smaller for a smaller number of people. And for those situations, we have provided the exhibitors and sponsors other virtual opportunities. And one of the things we've learned, and that will stay with me, is that we have managed to retain our audience of people that signed up. There have been shifting price points and shifting ways of delivering that, but for the most part, the retention has been pretty good. And in addition, there are many audiences who would not have attended this event that are interested in attending, maybe not at the same price point that an author or a traditional participant would pay, but there's a pretty big market for us out there of people that would like to drop in and out. So as we're learning, we're saying, oh, maybe they really would like to hear this keynote, or they would really like to be able to do Q&A with someone who's an expert in this field. But they were never able to get on a plane and fly to Las Vegas. But if they could, they may pay something to have these kinds of interactions. And I think as we get more skilled in bringing the sponsors and exhibitors in, there are lots of cool new opportunities to put the exhibitors in front of these audiences.
Right.
So, exhibit sponsored breakouts. Where promotional products could come in for something like that. I was speaking to someone a couple of weeks ago, is the idea, why not sell an exhibitor or a sponsor an opportunity to pre-send an item, and everybody wears their t-shirt on the Zoom call, or everybody wears the hat on the Zoom call, and there's a
Right.
free meeting. So it's about, I think someone had said creative services. That's where it's at right now, is not just, the item, but what is that item doing to connect the participant either to the exhibitor or to the event?
Right. It's interesting that there's what all this has done has probably sped up, and we talk about this a lot for many industries, but specifically in the trade show market, has sped up the need to combine virtual and in person.
Right.
And you guys must be seeing that and almost thinking and planning, even when we do see the other side of this, that's really what it's going to look like.
It is going to be with us forever. And I think particularly with the customers, volunteers that I work with, there was a reticence around virtual. So as I said, I had a small team that was certified, that was in this space, and it was pulling teeth to make believers out of them.
Right.
And I think we can take away a couple of things. One is they're believers. Okay. They realize that a lot of this can be done virtually. And so that fear factor has been taken away, although it's a lot more work for them to do things independently virtually than it is for them to, have a chair, have a session chair, walk into a ballroom and stand behind a microphone is a lot easier than having a session chair have to run a bunch of Q&A and tech tools and mute and unmute. They're not that interested in that part of it. So it's changing the balance of who does what a little bit on these events. But
Right.
also, I think that there's a tremendous hunger to get back together in person. I can't overstate how eager people are to get back together. So I don't think it's going anywhere. I could describe myself as an event evangelist. I have no fear of virtual. I think it only makes it better and bigger.
So yeah, you know what? That takes me right to an audience question that we got in. Do you think we will ever see large crowd in-person event gatherings again, or will the numbers be smaller going forward? So I guess really not just will we ever see them again, but more, will we see the attendance numbers that we had seen in 2019? Will we reach those again, or will it be this more hybrid approach that will change it?
It'll be both. I think that what I've been saying to my team and even to my partners like in hotel industry and airline industry who I'm also speaking with is 2021 is not the new normal. 2021 is a bridge. We're still in emergency response. When we're talking about emergency response, it's prepare, respond, recover, and then innovate and thrive. And I think that we're still in between respond and recover. 2021 can be a bridge to the next phase. So, fully recover and then innovate and thrive, put into place the things that we've learned. So
Right.
yes, I think that, 2021 is not going to look like that. It's not going to be the numbers that we had in 2019. Maybe certain things will shift forever, like, maybe there'll be some things about meal service that shift, or there'll be some things about capacities that shift to be determined, right? Are some of these health and safety measures that we learned things that we'd want to carry forward with us? But people, in a way, it's created such a hunger for people to get together, a hunger to travel,
Sure.
and a sort of appreciation for how things were, that's just under the surface of just everybody I know who's in the industry.
Right, of course. Okay, so before I let you go, what would be your one piece of advice that you would give to promotional products companies that are trying to target maybe not just even the trade shows themselves, but the exhibitors at trade shows that are all such big clients within this industry?
Well, I know that there's a challenge with virtual events in terms of an exhibitor buying something and shipping it to someone because the shipping is so expensive. But there might be a way to convert the idea of a promotional product more into the idea of swag. And I think you cross that bridge by having some creative capacity on your team. So you're providing items that people would want to purchase, and maybe they pay the shipping and the exhibitor or the organizer participate in paying for the item, and you create a triangle that makes it affordable and reach its goal. That's one piece of advice. But if you're to kick that up to a higher level, it really is about partnering with your client, understanding what their challenges are, and finding ways to expand what you're offering, which it sounds to me like a lot of folks have done. I loved the idea about a kit for employees. You could have a kit for your conference organizer volunteers. You could bring in exhibitors and some really pithy copy to create. I think about South by Southwest, which of course we know didn't happen in 2020. But
Right.
when I go to South by Southwest, my first stop is to buy a $30 T-shirt that costs $2 to make, right? So it's my first stop. I can't wait to do it, but I would do that online. And
Sure.
so how do we triangulate those interests and make it possible? And I think you have to know a lot more about what's happening with your customers' events and their objectives to do that.
Right. Well,
I would
that's
also
great advice.
target 2022. Start making advanced sales.
Also, yeah, it is great advice. And as you said, our audience is very creative and flexible, and we'll take that to heart for sure, because that's how they've approached things for this year, and obviously will for next year as well. Marie, thanks very much for joining us here today and lending your insights
Sure.
on our conference. It's been great.
Sure, my pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi,
And
Indicon.
welcome back, Michelle.
Thanks. That was awesome. It was great to see Kate again.
Yeah.
And Marie, I thought was fantastic. By the way, the word I never want to hear again is force majeure. after this.
Yes, I didn't want to get into that with her, but we have definitely had to deal with that ourselves.
I'm at capacity with force majeure.
I
And
don't think
Rich
that's
Carollo,
going away.
Rich Carollo, of course, was fantastic. And the next time we're in Chicago and I have my dinner for sinners, we're going to do it at Rich's restaurant to give him some support.
I am there. That is, yeah, that is great. Yeah, those three. I think the idea of just bringing in some outside perspective on how our industry can target those clients and what to expect in those industries. That was a good trio of sessions. So I'm glad we did that.
You did a great job. You know what time it is now, Andy Cohen?
I think it might be time for another fun break here during our day.
A fun break. And he hates when I say this. It's time for a Jake break. Jake Kralik break. Hi, Jakey.
Jake break. I love it.
Guys, I'm coming in.
Coming in hot?
Coming in hot.
There he is. Wow.
Surprise!
He really did come in hot.
I came in hot. How's everyone doing out there in Cyberland? This has been awesome. I'm sitting behind the scenes, pressing buttons and running things around. This is so much fun, though.
What is happening here? Like the Rhinestone Cowboy. What's going on?
You know what? It's close to Halloween, and I know, like, when we came on, I was like, you know what? I could come on plain, or I could come on ready to go, ready and raring, with the guns blazing.
You came on ready to go. That's for sure.
Well, listen. So let me. I'll wave goodbye to you guys, and we'll get into my break, and then we'll bring you back up again. All right. So welcome everyone. This is, as Michelle likes to call it, the Jake break. And so for today, what I want to do is a little game. We're going to call it a trivia break called Name That Person. And I'm going to share with you on my screen momentarily 4 famous people from all walks of life. You have a very simple job. As I show each person, I'll give you some time, jot down who you think they are, and then on the very last person, you may want to get quick with your question box. I want you to type in all 4 people separated by commas into one answer box. And the first person that gets all 4 correct people done in the correct way in the answer box will be our winner. And you're going to get to win, let's see what I have here, a $100 gift card from our business partner, Office Depot. And one of our great ASI staff will connect with you right after you win. I'll announce the winner, and without further ado, I know seeing me is fun, but let's bring up some of these famous people and we'll see who they are. So get ready. Here we go. Person number 1 is on the screen. I'll give you some time to write down who they are. That seems like enough time. And moving on, person number 2. Who could this be? It seems like enough time. And person number 3. Woohoo! Who is it? Ba-ba-da-da. That seems like probably enough time to know who this is. So let's go on to person number 4. Race now, get into that question box. I'll leave this up for a few more seconds and type your answers in for the 4 famous people. And I'm going to stop showing my screen right now, last seconds of who you think this is. And I'm back. And now we'll wait. Oh, we have a winner already. Oh my God, I feel like my break hasn't lasted long enough. But our winner today is Kate Plummer. Kate, congratulations. The answers are, let me get right to our answers. We started with Keith Richards. Then we went into LeBron James. And then number 3 was very special to us, Norman Cohen. And then Sonia Sotomayor. Congratulations again, Kate Plummer. You win a $100 gift card from ASI Business Partner Office Depot. Thanks for playing. Look, it's my coworker, Michelle Bell. Hey, Bell, what did you think of my people?
Okay, first of all, I love Kate Plummer, so I'm thrilled that she won. She is awesome. Second of all, I got to tell you, Keith Richards, I'm just going to say this. Number 1, he's going to outlive all of us. And number 2, somewhere in his plasma is the cure for COVID. I'm just convinced of that.
I think you there. I fully agree. That man is amazing. That was a little special gift to you.
I got that, Jakey. Thank you.
Nice.
Thanks so much.
Bye, everybody.
Now, everyone, it is my pleasure to introduce, next up, we have ASI's Vice Chairman, Matthew Cohn, and Mike Knapik, who is the CIO of the industry's largest company, which is Sanmar. And they are going to be discussing what is arguably one of the hottest topics, of course, is technology, because frankly, I don't know how we would have gotten through this without leaning in heavily to technology. When I think about what would have happened 10 years ago if we would have all lived through this, I don't know how we would have done it without having the capabilities that we have now. So with that, I give it to Matthew and Mike, and we're anxious to hear what you guys have to say. Thanks, guys.
Thanks. Thank you, Michelle. And yes, everyone, this is the all exciting time to talk about technology. And Mike, my first question for you is not a technology question, but how come you're not wearing a Sanmar branded shirt?
This is actually a Sanmar shirt. It just doesn't say Sanmar on it.
Oh, well, next time have it say Sanmar on it so we all know, hey, it's Sanmar. But okay,
fair enough.
So Sanmar, of course, is, a giant supplier in the industry, selling all kinds of products, and you've done a lot with technology, currently and before this crazy situation we're in right now. So tell us, what is your philosophy about how to apply technology in Sanmar, and how are you utilizing technology to serve the industry?
Yeah, great question, and thanks for having me. I think, from Sanmar's perspective, technology is a tool we use to try and help our customers be successful. So we don't approach technology just for technology's sake. It's always with what's the end goal? What are we trying to achieve? How are we helping our customers be more successful? And what's the technology that might underpin that kind of success? So we look at projects and in our investments in that way. How does it help our customers? Because if our customers are successful, then we're successful. And so, changing over time in terms, we, like everybody else, kind of got hit with everybody goes home. So now how do we connect with people? So our investments in that are about empowering our sales staff to work with their customers, our connection with our employees. It all goes back to that. What's the end goal? What's the business objective you're trying to achieve? And a lot of times technology helps with that. But if you start with just, I want to do some cool technology, I think you can often do a lot of things that don't really lead to benefits.
That's for sure. And I know Sanmar, gosh, for many years has had a pretty remote workforce, has been big believers of working from home.
Sure.
So what did you learn through that process that has helped you in this today's environment? And then, by the way, on that topic, how many employees do you now have working from home, and how does that compare to what it was before the pandemic started? And before you even answer that question, sorry, I want to remind everybody.
Hold on, I'm about to write these down.
I'll come back. I'll remind you what they were.
Yeah.
But I want to remind everybody, you can ask questions in the chat, so please do so. But back to Mike. So my questions really are, how many people do you now have working from home versus what you did before? And what did you learn in the process over many years having people work from home?
Yeah, from a like number of people working from home, look, our largest contingent of employees still goes into their workplace every day because they work in a distribution center, and you can't virtually pick up a t-shirt and put it in a box and ship it to somebody, right? So thousands of our employees are still going into their workplace every day. As you mentioned, we've over the years, a lot of our sales staff has been able to work remotely. And so we had hundreds of our sales folks at home kind of before COVID hit and the pandemic hit. But we still had a number of kind of, I'll call it administrative staff in our headquarters in Issaquah that when this all hit, they all moved home. What helped us was the infrastructure that we had built to support the sales staff at home was able to take on the additional capacity of my IT team working remotely, our marketing team moving to work remotely, our legal team. So it's basically now like, I don't know, 25% of our folks are working from home. And that's because 75% of our folks are in a distribution center. Your second question was about, what did we learn over the time? And I'll quote, so Chantel McCall, who runs our inside sales team, said something really interesting the other day, because we were talking about how do we connect with our teams that are now newly remote. And what she reminded us of is it took time when people moved remote, even our sales team, to figure out how to make that work and work well. And so, you send everybody home and you say, okay, well, now how are you engaging with your team? And it's like, the answers for that aren't simple and easy, and there's not really one answer that solves it for every team. The best thing you can do is ask yourself those questions. come up with ideas about how to connect with them. And I think one of the things we've benefited from is Chantel and her team have this experience over the years about how to make sure her team is able to be focused and how they're able to be productive and yet not working, 15 hours a day, because it's really easy to go to your computer in the morning and then stay there and you don't get up for dinner. Like all of those things they've already experienced, and they're sharing their knowledge with us who have new employees working remotely to be able to manage them well.
So what are those things? What are the tricks that you or your team are using to help manage people remotely well, to create, as you said, productivity? How are you measuring productivity? And what's going on in that world?
Yeah, I mean, I think, in terms of measuring productivity, you look at what's accomplished, right? So you set expectations and call them goals, but really, what you agree, set expectations about what needs to get done and when it needs to get done. And then you look at how that gets achieved, and less about whether, in my IT team, if somebody's online at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, am I really gonna be focusing on that, or am I focusing on, are they getting done what they need to get done in the time frame that we're talking about? So we focus on kind of the achievement as opposed to the kind of minute by minute monitoring of folks, because I think you can fall into that trap if you're sitting at your computer and you're using, I don't know, we'll call it Microsoft Teams, and I can look and see if somebody's sitting at their desk because it shows me their availability or how many meetings they're in. And I think it's tempting to get into that micromanaging, as opposed to, again, setting real expectations with people, having those conversations that says, hey, this week, this is what we need to get accomplished. What do you need from me to help you get that done? And then, checking in with them, and at the end of the week, making sure that what you agreed to get done actually gets done.
And then you mentioned Microsoft Teams. Is that the platform Sanmar is using, or what platforms are you using?
Yeah, well, it's one of them. Let me put it that way. When this all happened, Zoom became the most, like, everybody was using Zoom. Oh, just gonna set up a Zoom meeting. And frankly, it had capabilities beyond what like a Microsoft Teams had. In fact, we had a small pilot group running Teams at the time. So we quickly, kind of rolled out some Zoom licensing to folks. Since we've all gone home, Teams has improved, right? And so we've rolled it out more, and so more of our company is using Teams to stay connected. But we still have Zoom licenses because it does certain things kind of well. And frankly, a lot of our customers have their own preference of what they use. And so I think one of the things to be being flexible around the tool you use to communicate. I talk with my group all the time using Teams. It creates a language problem, right? I talk to my team using Teams because they all have it. But sometimes if I need to talk to somebody else in Sanmar, if they don't have Teams yet, it ends up being like a Skype for Business text until we can replace that. And then, now we're doing this, and I'm using GoToWebinar. And so that flexibility and just getting comfortable with all the different tools that are out there, I think is good. It can be scary at first, but when you actually look at the tools, a lot of them have a lot of pieces that are similar that you can move seamlessly between them.
And switching topics a little bit, but back to employees. One of the questions I hear a lot from people when I talk to leaders of companies is their worry about how do they create engagement with employees? How do they create connectivity? How do they transfer their culture? How is Sanmar doing all of those things? And what have you learned, again, in the past few years of being remote with some segment of your workforce?
Yeah, I think it's easy to do simple things. You can do hey, let's do a Zoom happy hour at 5 o'clock and everybody get on. And I think a lot of companies did that early, and it had some uniqueness to it. But I think we may be reaching a point of diminishing returns around that Zoom happy hour. Like, you want me in another meeting, another Zoom meeting. I just did 20 of them today, and now I'm going to do another one. So I think our HR group has done a great job of coming up with ideas for how to build that culture remotely. So we did a pizza cooking night where you signed up and they shipped you, the ingredients, and then a chef got on and you could do it with your family where you got to make a pizza. And they did that with, painting as well, a la Bob Ross. And so I think if you spend some time thinking more than about like, hey, let's just all get together and have a glass of wine or a beer or a water or whatever it is, that you come up with these kind of engaging ways to talk to people during that time, it helps build the culture in this remote setting. We did a scavenger hunt within IT, which was literally like, okay, in your house, who's the first one who can go get this thing and bring it back? It was like a spatula or something like that. And so, I think if you spend some time to plan those things out, it can be really beneficial. And that time planning is not dissimilar to what you would spend planning out, a bingo thing you would do in the office, right? You'd have to spend time to do it. And that's similar remotely. It just might, the execution might be a little bit different.
And are most things you're doing within departments, or are they cross-departmental, or how's it working in that regard?
It's both. It's both. So like the scavenger hunt we did within IT, but the pizza was done by HR, and it was kind of anybody within the company who wanted to participate could do it. And I think that speaks to kind of Sanmar's culture. We have a corporate culture, right? That's the whole company, and then groups have their own culture that they want to build, and team cohesiveness maybe is better than thinking of it as a separate culture. But there's a cohesiveness you want out of your team, and to do that, you need to kind of do things as a team as well as a company as a whole.
Definitely. And so let's switch back to the general idea of technology in the industry.
Sure.
At our company or at ASI, I host lots of meetings with our team members, and I always ask them what I call my magic wand question. So I'm going to ask you, Mike, as well. So if you had a magic wand for the industry, technology-wise, and you could make one big change in the industry, what would you change about the industry utilization of technology?
Oh, well, I had an answer until you said utilization of technology. If I wave my wand and make one thing, if I could make one thing better for our industry, it would be eliminate ransomware and viruses and those things, right? Like that is, and it's not unique to our industry, but it is one of the things that I worry about a lot. Let's put it, I'm not sure I'd say the most, but the security and the impact that something wrong going to your company by a virus it's daunting. To the question you asked, which is, for the industry, what could I, if I could wave my magic wand? That's a tough one, because I think the scope of our industry is so diverse that the answer kind of depends on where you go. Like, as a technologist who wants to exchange data with my customers, I'd love it if we all called blue blue. But I know from a marketing standpoint, I want glacier blue, and I want Hawaiian blue, and I want all these different blues, and I think that's an okay thing to do. I think that partnering between groups like marketing and merchandising and product with technology can help make that easier without technology having to come in and say, nope, you got to call it blue. And so maybe that's the magic wand. I'd say that collaboration between the people who do the technology and want to make it work well, lending their input into the kind of the business side of things to help make it run smoothly without restricting it because, well, I can only call it one thing if I want the technology to work.
So your comment about malware and phishing, all the cyber attacks, is certainly timely. And I think we're still in Cyber Security Awareness Month, but I could be wrong. It seems to always be Cyber Security Awareness.
Yeah, for me, it's 12 months a year. Yep.
Yes, but I think technically this is the month of cybersecurity awareness. So tell me, what are you doing to keep Sanmar's system protected and safe? And what are you thinking about that helps your company not go down every day? Because it seems like not a month goes by that somebody in the industry is not attacked on a malware attack or phishing and transfers money to somebody else or whatever happens. So What are you doing?
Yeah, I mean, our approach is that unfortunately there's not this magic wand that will fix everything, or there's not one thing I can do that will protect us completely. So we think in terms of layers of protection, and the idea being that I can't stop everything with one thing, but if I put enough things in place that I'm safer. I'll say that the number one thing that we do that I would encourage other people to do is educate your users. And by that, I mean educate them on how to identify phishing attacks, emails that are just wrong, right? It used to be that you could tell your users, hey, if you get this email and the grammar isn't correct or the English isn't quite right or the logo is a little bit off, like that was a telltale sign that it was malware or some kind of virus. And that's still true, except the hackers have gotten more sophisticated. So that's no longer enough. And so we spend some of our time and our resources just educating our users. Did you expect the email? Did you expect the attachment? You know, don't click on that link. If you hover over it, you can see where it's actually sending you. So though it says it's sending you to Chase Bank, it's really sending you to Choose Bank, and the U looks like an A. Like, so that's step one. The step two, or another layer that we have, is antivirus malware protection on all our devices. So if a user has a computer from Sanmar, it has to be running antivirus. We keep those up to date. That's the next layer down. As a large company, we run a corporate network. So we do security monitoring on our network. We're not watching our users, we're watching activity. So if we see something, we're like, hey, why is that computer trying to reach out to the internet and it's doing it at like 1,000 times all in 1 millisecond? That seems odd. Let's go look at that. So that's another layer. So if you think of it from a user, now it's computer, now it's the network, we start layering those pieces on top of each other that we hope will be enough to prevent those things from coming in. And I'll say the last thing is we back up our data. You know, a lot of the stories now you hear, and it's hit our industry a number of times, is around ransomware. And if you don't know what ransomware is, it's basically like they get into your system, they encrypt all your data, and they won't give it back to you until you give them, you know, Bitcoin. If you have a backup of your data that's not encrypted, you don't necessarily have to pay the ransom. You can just go back and get your data. So if you're not backing up your data, come up with a plan to do it. And I'm all for automating that stuff, but even if you just have to grab a thumb drive and, I don't know, set a reminder on your calendar that every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, you copy this folder and put it onto your thumb drive so that if something were to happen, you have that data. You know, anything you do is better than nothing.
That's for sure. Although it's interesting, last year at the Power Summit, I think it was, we had another panel about cybersecurity and malware and all that stuff. And don't forget, in that case, it was a malware attack that had been in the system for 6 months or something. So
Yep.
all the backups were also destroyed. So
absolutely,
yep. No doubt it's the Wild West, and things are very complicated right now in all these areas. So for other leaders on this call today, how are you deploying that education for employees? Are you using a third-party vendor who provides, you know, video and automated testing after the fact? Or are you doing it yourselves, or how are you deploying the education for your employees?
Yeah, so yes and yes. We use a third party that helps create call it an online course that all employees have to take, and it walks through not just, excuse me, technical security stuff, but there's physical security stuff. Like our buildings have badge access, and so it reminds them that, hey, when you badge into the building, don't let somebody come by. So I mean, that, yes, we do that. We also do occasionally we do our own phishing testing. So we use there's a company called KnowBe4, and the 4 is the number 4. KnowBe4, that you can do like free phishing testing of a group. So we'll take a small group, maybe the sales team, and we'll shoot them a phishing email, and we'll track who clicked on the link that they shouldn't have clicked on. And then we'll use that as an opportunity to reinforce to those users, hey, here's why you should have recognized that this was not legitimate. And it's a chance to reinforce the things that the online course teaches them.
We mentioned physical security as well with doors. I was on a cybersecurity call this week, and someone mentioned that they were attacked because someone walked into their building behind an employee with a stack of envelopes, went to people's desks and saw their name tags, wrote on the envelopes the person's name and said, you know, Bob, check out this file on a USB stick, and we put it in the computer. It created the malware right there. And so people are obviously not thinking about that kind of attack every day. So we only have a couple minutes left. As you think about the advice you'll give to people on this call, whether they are technology officers or business leaders, what are the things that you want to tell people to be thinking about right now to help succeed in the future?
Yeah, I think if one thing became obvious during this pandemic, right, our industry prides itself on connection with customers, right? It's it's shown, right? It's the trade shows, it's the in-person visits, and I've heard the other speakers. I do think those things will be coming back, but I think there's an opportunity to use technology to help with those. So maybe there are virtual trade shows, and how are you going to participate in those, whether it's until this pandemic's over or afterwards when it becomes this part virtual, part in person? How are you setting yourself up to participate in those things? When you have customers that you're used to going and visiting every day, and for a while you can't, and now maybe after the pandemic, they're like, well, maybe you don't need to come. What can we do virtually, right? They've seen what virtual can do. So how are you setting yourself up to be able to present to somebody virtually, even in the future? And yes, some of it may be in person and some of it may be virtual. And I think the flexibility that you have as a company to adapt to this kind of new way of connecting with people will be a good investment.
Well, great, Mike. That's a great way to end it. And I'm using all the willpower I have not to use it as a launch point for a commercial for all the ASI services that do everything you described. So I'm very proud of myself. I'm not talking about that stuff. I'm going to go back to Michelle. So thank you, Mike, very much for your time. We appreciate it greatly. Michelle, back to you.
Thanks,
Absolutely.
guys.
Thank you.
That was awesome. Thank you. Next up, I would like to introduce our executive editor of Advantages Magazine, Sarah Lewandowski. If anybody in Canada is listening, Sarah, and watching, Sarah is our ASI Canada person too, and she has with her Lolita Carrico, who is going to talk about, I'm sorry.
Oh, thank you.
Our world has changed.
Anything you think I should have done?
We have all gone work from home, right? So within 7 months, our whole worlds have changed. So what Lolita is going to talk about is, what does that look like going forward? How do you stay in touch with your colleagues? How do you keep morale up? Do you continue to have physical offices? Some of the things that Mike and Matthew just talked about. So without further ado, I will give it to Sarah and Lolita. Thanks, ladies.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Michelle. Hi, everyone. Thanks for joining us. As Michelle mentioned, we're happy to welcome Lolita Carrico to the Power Summit. Lolita is CEO of Lolita Carrico LLC and her online course series for entrepreneurs called Ready for Launch. She's a Los Angeles-based digital marketing expert and business strategist with more than 20 years of experience, who specializes in helping firms from startups to Fortune 100 companies overcome challenges and scale efficiently and profitably. So today, as Michelle mentioned, we'll be discussing the state of the workplace now that everything's been upended due to COVID, obviously. And again, if you have any questions for Lolita during our conversation, please type them into the chat box and we'll get to as many as we can. So with that, welcome, Lolita. Thanks for joining us.
Hi, Sarah. Thanks for having me. Good to see you.
Yes, you too. So we know, and we've talked about this before, remote work is not new, especially among sales teams. A lot of them run their own desks, things like that. But now we're really seeing all types of departments working together at a distance. So how are companies adjusting to that? And what kinds of technologies are they using to facilitate collaboration right now?
Sure. And I know a few of the other speakers have addressed this, but I think, 8 months in now, the struggle is not as bad as it was when this happened in March, when it virtually happened overnight, where teams were moving to working at home. So I think at that point, tools like Zoom, Microsoft Teams, like the previous speaker discussed, were being enhanced or implemented, as well as collaboration tools like Slack, which allowed for, connection and collaboration, but hopefully an outlet for socialization as well, which is something that I think is the long-term kind of, the long-term problem with work from home.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Yes, so, I know one of the things that I don't think that technology can totally replace is social well-being and workplace friendships. And those are so important for effective collaboration. I think, this whole COVID situation has reminded us of how important those really are. But they're really suffering right now, particularly for those who started new jobs during this time. So what are some of the challenges of long-term or even permanent remote work, and how can those be addressed by companies?
Well, I think that, a lot of companies have already said, while some people are going back to work in a limited capacity, some big companies have said that their teams have the choice to either, work from home for the end of the year to the end of next year, or indefinitely. So I think that what the mind shift has to be is, whereas when we were going to the office, you know, regularly, and we would have offsite events or offsite meetings where the employees and teams would get together for strategy and collaboration and more of those personal connections. Now we're going to look at companies investing in on-sites where the remote workforce comes back to the office, you know, once a month, once a quarter, for these types of events that again allow for in-person trainings, but really to maintain those connections with teammates.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it sounds like, you know, as we used to have, when we could be in person, we would be in the office and we'd have offsite retreats. So now it's going to be more like we're at our homes, and then those on-sites will be the retreats at the office to just have at least some in-person collaboration.
Yeah.
So yeah, so now this shift in work, I mean, there's just so many aspects of this shift that are affecting different aspects of the workplace, right? So now we talk about the HR realm. You know, will we see more people expect that their jobs have remote or flex hours as an option starting from day one of their employment, you know, rather than it being like a coveted privilege based on years of service or job title? I know the speaker before, Mike, he was talking about how there's going to be a real temptation to want to micromanage your people with remote work. So what is that all kind of looking like right now?
I think for sure, talent is going to expect for there to be a remote aspect to work. You know, some employees thrive within the office environment and are most productive there. So I think there will still be those who want to go into the office if that's an option. However, absolutely, I think talent will be looking at what flex options are, what remote work possibilities are within new opportunities, and how the HR department is going to support them, not only, you know, in a remote setting as far as training, but, you know, for career development so that they can continue to grow within their companies. You know, what does that look like? So I think whereas HR will have to shift some of the ways that they evaluate potential employees, I think that they'll also have to address that up front, that, you know, remote work is a reality that I think is here to stay.
Yeah, so let's actually dive into that a little more. So when we're talking about new hires during this time, you know, if remote work is going to be part of a lot of jobs at a company, how do hiring managers, HR reps, how do they vet for remote work skills? Like when you know that this person is going to have to, you know, be at a distance from their colleagues at this time, how do you make sure that they're going to be able to handle that in the correct way?
I think that a lot of the evaluations and tests that HR folks put on, you know, have new employees or new potential employees go through will have to shift. Something that I saw happen early on in, you know, March, April, May, when this was all just happening, was that a lot of HR departments were bringing in consultants to really, you know, help figure out not only how to keep, you know, their existing workforce engaged and productive and adjust to this, but, you know, typically HR sometimes seems to be the more old school of you know, departments. So they, you know, had to bring in these consultants to help with technology and really help them adjust to this new normal and new school of working in this environment. So I think that you know, they'll have to shift a lot of the way that they evaluate and how they measure, as Mike, the speaker before, said, you know, how they're measuring rather than micromanaging. You know, what are those metrics that they're going to use to ensure productivity and success on both ends for the employee and for the company's operations.
Well said. Yes, I agree. And so with all of that said, you know, one of the things that, you know, obviously the people in this industry know very well is promotional products. And so companies that are marketing and branding themselves right now to attract and retain talent, how can promo products play a part in that?
I think that, you know, everybody, as others have said, you know, loves when you're a new employee, you love to get your t-shirt and your mug, you know, from that company. And in a remote setting, I think I'd love to see businesses really think about if they're hiring new folks, or even the people that are already on staff who have moved to remote, how do they take care of them within that situation? So I know we've discussed that there's cost savings involved with, you know, moving, you know, having people work from home, reinvesting that money in, you know, on-sites and whatnot, but also giving them stipends to help them set up a remote office, or swag that's more you know, beneficial to their health and well-being in this remote setting. For example, a physical therapist that I worked with in consultation with one of my clients, you know, was finding that a lot of the employees were using laptops, and they maybe didn't have a proper desk at their office, so they're at their dining room table, looking down, that hurts their neck. There's this thing that she calls office butt when you're sitting in a chair, and and it just it can cause back problems and neck problems. So she recommended these little cushion things that sit on that are really helpful. I mean, it helps, with back pain, et cetera. You can send those in a swag bag, branded. This great laptop stand that will elevate your laptop so you're looking straight on, helps with neck strain, and a wireless, keyboard. So those are things that you can invest in. That's a swag that is actually, helpful, and I think is meaningful for the employee, that, hey, this company is actually, beyond the t-shirt. They're thinking of my physical well-being.
Wonderful. Yes. And also, if we jump back a little bit to bringing on new people during this time, what are some effective ways to onboard new hires in remote work? Because, and like I said before, we're reminded how important it is just to have in-person interaction as part of your onboarding. Not always like the technicalities of your job, but just to kind of get to know your team on a personal level. There's something that's missing when it's only virtual. So what does that kind of look like now? What suggestions do you have for those who are onboarding new hires? Because the expectations of the new hires haven't changed.
Right, exactly. And it obviously depends on the location of these new hires. I think we're finding that a lot of remote work, people are moving out of their big cities because they can move, they can move to more affordable locations, and work remotely. But ideally, those on-site events will be for trainings, for bringing people together, so that they can get an idea of what corporate culture is like, and then they go back to work at home. So I think that that's an investment in those on-site events that are socially distance appropriate and safe, but allow those relationships to foster when an employee is new. If that's not possible to do, on-site training, then I would say really invest in a great interactive, immersive training program online that's not just teaching them how to do their job and the nuances of the company, but infusing the culture, as the previous speaker said, beyond virtual happy hours, which, you can kind of get tired with that, come up with interesting ways to engage the employee and really help them understand the culture.
Great. And so now you mentioned this a couple minutes ago, and I thought it was very important to emphasize. When you save on overhead because you don't have people in the office, it's not just to we're saving money. Great. There are new requirements, and this remote onboarding would be an example. You have new requirements now for a remote workforce that money should go to. Can you talk about some ways that money can be reinvested to optimize that remote work experience?
Sure, absolutely. Some studies have shown that companies are saving up to $10,000 a year per employee. And initially, some, news outlets and industry news were saying, oh, look at the cost savings involved. We think that's why this will become a long-term solution, because of the cost savings. And I think that's not the way to think about it. Think about how you are going to reinvest those savings into productivity, into setting up, effective, fun, on-site events, where you do bring them together, the employees together in a safe environment that's fun and productive, and then also giving the employees using some of those funds to help them set up their best possible workspace. And then, of course, the tools involved, like other speakers have said, for productivity, time tracking, socialization, etc. So reinvest that money for ultimate productivity in this new normal.
Great. Perfect. And finally, we actually do have an audience question. I wanted to ask you, I know it sounds like, it says, do you think companies will bring all their people back after the pandemic, or most of them have some kind of remote work on a permanent basis? So what is it, and it's hard to, I think it's hard to estimate and approximate that, because we don't really know what's going to happen next week. But that's a really good question. I think, though, there's the combination now of people saying we're going to go all remote, we're going to be hybrid, everybody's coming back. And you just mentioned the cost savings. What is kind of your feel right now in terms of do you think that the social well-being of being in person is really going to be important to companies? They're going to say, we can't, like an earlier speaker, we can't not have an office. We have to start bringing people back once it's safe. What's your kind of feel right now of that landscape?
I think that, it's very difficult to figure out what it's going to look like. So I think it's going to come down to choice, most companies, yes, they're not going to do away with their offices. Many, staff members have to work, whether it's a distribution center or they're more productive in an office setting, they'll have to come back into the office. But I think it's going to come down to choice because we don't know when things are going to change, and I think people will still be hesitant and afraid, to come into a work environment. They may have young children or older people at home, that they're concerned about. So I think that the best thing that we can do as management and employers is to look at the long term, because I think that security is helpful for employees and for the businesses themselves. If we are in this sort of like short term, like, okay, this might last 4 months. When this all happened in March, we never thought we'd be here in October and still, a similar situation. I think if we can set up for long-term success in this environment and have ways that will adapt when things change, and if things, when things change, that'll help employees feel more secure and know what to expect. And I think the companies can also, be more successful that way as well.
Great, perfect. And we also have a question from Brian. He says, any tips on managing remote employees in terms of balancing the trust that they're getting the work done? So we talked about not micromanaging in like a bad taste in your mouth kind of way, but still, it's going to take some oversight and transparency and over communication. So what's that balance look like? I know that's kind of tough.
I think that, it's not, while they're working in a remote environment, it's not different from the measures that we had in place when we were all going to the office. Like everyone had their deadlines, expectations, as Mike, the previous speaker, said. That hasn't changed. You still have work and you have to get it done. It's, there's distractions for sure, and there can be bad behavior. Like I think I mentioned to you before, in the beginning, everybody had their cameras on for Zoom meetings or whatnot, and looked like they hadn't just rolled out of bed. That's slacked. I've now seen more meetings with cameras off or people looking like they might still be in their pajamas or whatnot. So I think that there are some rules and policies that should be put in place without, again, being like a parent to your teammates. But I think that the same metrics that you used before to measure success, deadlines, etc., don't change. It's just about putting some policies in place of how to maintain professionalism and hit those deadlines. And if you find, identify in advance when someone's slacking and work with them, potentially slacking, and work with them to identify what needs to be done to help set them up in a better situation.
Yes, and I think to that point, we have actually another audience question from Dawn. She says, in the work from home environment, are weekly meetings still encouraged, or how often otherwise would you suggest to make sure they're getting their tasks complete? Like what's maybe overdoing it, underdoing it? What do you think?
I think that, similar to what Mike said, this like Zoom culture where you're in Zoom meetings all day long, it seems, or, WebEx meetings or whatever it is. I think that what has seemed to work is, depending on the size of the company, have a monthly or bi-weekly state of the company meeting where all hands can come on and discuss challenges, understand what the company is doing for the long term, whereas when you're in the office every day, you may have a better feel for corporate health, the company's health and whatnot. So I think a state of the, union type of meeting once a month or so is important for the whole team, like all hands type of meeting. But then I think, weekly check-ins with departments is also, I think, 100% necessary, whether you're in the office or not.
Great. And finally, last question for you. Very important. Where did you get that purple pillow?
Oh, I got it on Amazon.
Oh, Amazon. Okay.
And let me look at it. It's a ProSource Fit. But honestly, it's amazing because you're not sitting, you're kind of, it's like a balance ball. How some people use a balance ball to sit on, and it has changed my back pain, my neck pain, everything.
Wow. Nice. Yeah, audience, whoever, I didn't have a name, so whoever asked that, there you go. It's on Amazon, and it's more than just keeping your seat comfortable. It actually has some health benefits, which is great. So awesome. Well, thank you so much, Lolita. I really appreciate your time today. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you, Sarah.
Sure, now back to Michelle.
Great job, ladies. And I love, Lolita, your Nabokov-inspired name. Love it.
Yes.
Yes.
That was my parents' favorite book, they said, which I'm like, what?
I'm reading it right now. So good.
I gotcha. I was named after my mom's favorite Beatles song, so I hear you,
Love that.
sister. Thanks, ladies.
Thank you.
So next up, we have two of my favorite colleagues. We have Vinnie Driscoll, who oversees ASI Central for ASI, and Melissa Newman, who's fairly new to ASI, but we just love, love, love her. And she is our social media manager. And they are going to talk about a subject that I struggle with sometimes, but social media. But I will say this, with everybody being virtual and disconnected, it is a wonderful way to keep everyone feeling like they're still part of a team and to feel connected. My personal feeling, especially towards Facebook, is it's complicated. But I leave it to you guys and just take it away.
Thank you, Michelle. Thank you for that awesome introduction. I cannot wait to talk about the bane of your existence, social media. So again, my name is Vincent Driscoll, Vinny, Vin, whatever you want to call me. I'm the director of ASI Central, and my co-presenter today is Melissa Newman. She's ASI's social media manager. How you doing, Melissa?
I'm doing great. How about you?
I'm doing great. You got your hoodie on?
I do, right?
These are pretty awesome. I love them. Pretty sweet. Thanks to Vantage Apparel for those. All right, so Melissa, tell us a little bit about your background in social media.
So I've been in the social landscape for the last 4 years. I worked in real estate. I also have my own LLC where I focus a lot with nonprofits and doing social media marketing for them. I actually also moonlighted for a very short time in the dental industry before I found my way into pro bono. And I have my master's in digital innovation and marketing from the Fox School of Business. What about you, Ben?
Well, it's no surprise. I've been at ASI for 13 years. I've been doing social media for ASI since 2009. I helped start some of our corporate social media back then, Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, evolved to include the rest of the social networks. So I have about 11 years of practical social media experience for business. You have 4, so between us, we have about 15 years of social media experience. So we have a really fun educational topic today. It's called Know, Like, and Trust, Building Relationships on Social Media. If we can start the presentation now, that would be perfect. So grab your favorite promotional mug, fill it with coffee, tea, water, I don't know, fill it with alcohol. No judging here. I'm sure some of us are already doing that. If you have any questions, put them in the chat and we'll answer them at the end of this session. So let's move on to the next slide. I think, this is an important question to answer. Why use social media for business in 2020? Next slide, please. Well, I think it's obvious, the world has changed. This pandemic has wreaked havoc on businesses all across the globe, not just ours. Most companies are still in work from home mode. Half of us on this call are probably wearing sweatpants, myself included. Melissa, of course, included. Business travel is at a standstill. Relationships are more important, now than ever. And the saving grace here, Melissa, has really been, digital. And what is social media? Social media is digital. Social media is free. And if you're in sales, social media should absolutely be a part of your marketing strategy, because if you're not using social media, who's using social media, Melissa?
Their competitors are.
Their competitors, and that should be reason enough. So let's go to the next slide.
All right, so why build relationships on social media? Why is this important? Can't we just run a Facebook ad, get 1 million conversions and move on with our day? So if we go to the next slide, because the simple answer is you can sell effectively on social media without building relationships first, right, Vin?
All right.
Mind blown.
Yes.
So this is something that you can skip. It's really important for your business, and this is how you're going to get the best return on investment for your social media marketing strategy. So Ben's going to take it away on the next slide, and he's going to talk about the one big common mistake that companies use.
Right. Well, of course. We see this a lot. Melissa and I especially see this in 2020. The common mistake that a lot of businesses make is they just jump into social media, without a plan. They set up a corporate page. You know, it doesn't matter what network they're on. They just set up a page. They have like a few followers, you know, their mom, their dad, their sisters, their cousins. And what do? They just start selling, sell, hard sell. And what do they get when they do that, Melissa?
A whole lot of nothing.
They get a whole lot of nothing. The big disappointment, I call it. You know, their phone is not ringing. Their inbox is not filling up. Sorry, this is just not the way social media works for business. So if we go to the next slide, let's talk about how do you fix this? I think it's a mindset. You got to think about what social media are. They're large platforms of people and businesses all connected and searchable, which makes social media large search engines. So you have to use social media, you know, as a way to find your buyers. But how do you do that? Well, I think, you know, the basic approach there is just do your homework, research, you know, no matter what social network you're on, you know, make sure you understand how it works. I think, you know, there's functionalities with a lot of the networks that, you know, allow you to search and filter that, you know, you don't even realize. You can search by city, by county, by, you know, state, region. I mean, really understand the platforms first before delving into that approach. All right, next slide.
So this is the portion where I feel like people kind of get tripped up on is taking action. They've signed up for these accounts and it's like, well, now what? You know, can I just immediately get 1,000 followers? Or like Ben was talking about, there's this expectation that you're instantaneously going to have connection with your audience. So this is really where research and planning come into play. So, you know, researching your audience, what are their pain points? What are their goals or aspirations, and how can you deliver relevant content to them that positions you and your company and your brand as the right choice for them over a competitor? You know, you want to serve them, you want to add value online in the communities that you participate in, you want to educate them with resources, you want to entertain them. And I think especially now during the time of COVID and this year, comfort goes a long way. Just reaching out to potential prospects, seeing how they're doing, past and current clients, you know, cementing that relationship online is really important. You know, and what will your team look like? You know, are you a social media manager of one? Will you work on an interdisciplinary team where you work with sales, advertising, customer service? What does that, you know, kind of look like for you? And how will you disperse your content? And also, you're crushing it online, you're making all this great, amazing content. You want to reach as many people that you're our ideal customer as possible. So you want to grow your network, but how can we do that? So if we go to the next slide. All right, so the key to success, make a note on your phone, write it down, whatever way you please, but the key to success on social media is know, like, and trust. Okay, so it's really, if we go to the next slide, making it even simpler for you is know is taking your customer on a journey so they can know who you are and your brand, what sets you apart, why you're the right choice. Hopefully you're cultivating like with them through the content that you serve them on social media. You're engaging with them. You're really just trying to create that connection and serve before you ask or provide an offer. And then hopefully if you've done the first two steps right, you've cultivated trust, and that's how you take a follower or potential customer to a client and cement that relationship online. And to kind of give you some more concrete examples, if we go to the next slide. Know, like, and trust. These are just some examples. This is another really good one to screenshot and you guys can save for your social media marketing strategy, you know, down the line. But know can be, you know, creating credibility and authority in your industry, you know, being consistent on the platforms that you own. There's nothing worse than signing up for a platform and then it's just hanging out there online and you never use it, right, Ben?
Absolutely.
Right, and then like is, you know, asking open-ended questions, you know, finding out more information about your audience, their pain points, and seeing again how you can insert yourself in topical conversations where your audience lies and how you can continue to serve them and educate them on yourself and your company. And trust, everybody loves a good case study, right? I know I do. So how did you take one client from point A to point B? You know, that's a great way to show your work, to brag about what you're doing. It's really important. So we're going to show what know, like, and trust looks like with a couple of promo professionals, and Vin's going to take the lead on the next case study.
Thank you, Melissa. So we're going to do a couple of case studies here. These are taken directly from a podcast that Melissa and I have. It's called The Social Angle. And this one was actually done before Melissa got here. I interviewed a guy named Seth Needham from Key Apparel, which is a supplier. And the subject was Facebook groups. And this quote was taken directly from that podcast. He said, one of my largest sales to date came through the ASI Facebook group. Now that is a very poignant quote. Here's a guy who's been in business a long time. And, he's telling us that one of his largest, sales came through our Facebook group, and that's, pretty telling for the power of social media. So what we're going to do here, if we go to the next slide, we're going to apply the know, like, and trust factor to how Seth was able to get that sale in our Facebook group. So I think, with social media, you do your research, knowing where your customers in social media are is half the battle. That's really important. And Seth, he did his homework. He's a supplier. His target audience are distributors. He researched Facebook. He found our group. He joined it, and he found out that this group was comprised of mostly distributors. So boom, these are the people he needs to get to know, and he was in the right place. So how did he get to know them? How did he get them to like him? So what he did was he used social media the way you're supposed to use it. He engaged. He posted content that was educational, fun, entertaining. He engaged in conversations that were already out there, and he never sold. He never did any hard selling. We had a contest. I think we've done away with this in our group, where every month we gave away a prize to the most engaged person in our Facebook group. And I think Seth won it 3 months in a row or something like that. I think we stopped because of Seth. He was so engaged. But he understood that he had to go in there and he had to join the conversation. He had to become known. He had to become liked. And then eventually he saw a conversation that he knew he could help a distributor with this product. He took the conversation offline. The distributor already knew Seth from the group. He already trusted him, and they made the sale offline. So that is a perfect short case study on the power of know, like, and trust in social media. So on to the next slide, and Melissa's LinkedIn.
All right, so thanks for that, Ben. So I love LinkedIn, and one of my favorite people to follow is Jay Passell from Equipment Zone. He was actually one of the first promo professionals I ever interviewed for the Social Angle podcast, and it was a delight talking to him about social media marketing, specifically on LinkedIn. So one of his quotes, which is just such a gem, is have a plan, be active, be engaging, and focus on giving value first, right? Like, just such a good guiding light for social. So let's talk about know, like, and trust with Jay. So if we go to the next slide. So we had booked him for the Social Angle pod, and I had sent him a request to become a connection with me on LinkedIn. And normally, 50% of the time I either get the notification on my phone that somebody has accepted me, or, it's just kind of hanging out there and maybe somebody hasn't seen it, but I never, hardly ever get a note from somebody. So here I was, I made a request for him, and he sent me a personalized note afterwards once he had accepted me and added me to his connections. And I was blown away. He had obviously taken the time to read my profile, find some commonalities, and start a conversation with me. And he didn't slip into my direct messages asking for favors, trying to sell me anything. He just wanted to cultivate connection with me as a person. So I spoke with him for about 10 minutes, just back and forth about anything and everything. We concluded it by saying, we were really excited to sit down and talk on the podcast. And he said, before I go, check out this piece of content. And it was a TED Talk from the CEO of Canva. And he's like, marketing professional to marketing professional. I think you'd really enjoy it. You should check it out. So to me, it's like he hit all 3 boxes perfectly. He took the time to get to know me. He increased, the likelihood of me liking him by just kind of having a conversation, getting to know him. And then he really cemented trust because it was genuine. He just wanted to get to know me professional to professional. And all it took probably was 7 to 10 minutes. And think how impactful and powerful that can be for you and your promo business if you adopt the same. So we're going to wrap everything up with some key takeaways, right, Ben? In the next slide.
Yeah, and I think it's important to note with Jay and with what he did was it didn't take a lot of time for Jay to do what he did, but he became memorable, right? He's not selling you anything. he is providing value to you with something he thinks that you would be interested in. And you're going to remember that. You're always going to remember that. I'm like you. I get tons and tons of requests on LinkedIn, and I accept them, and I know, boom, within 5 minutes, I'm going to get somebody trying to sell me something, and sure enough, boom, they're selling me something, and I'm just like so forgettable. Then I stop. I get rid of them. I don't even want them in my network anymore. So I'm just like, all right, that's something that stands out, and that's what people are going to remember down the line. So key takeaways. If you're going to do social media, do it right. Commit to it, educate yourself, go all in. Find a network that works for you. You don't have to be on all the networks, but find one where you can connect with your buyers. And just really stay consistent. What is consistency? Well, that's something you have to kind of figure out, refine, but always be joining the conversation, engaging. Social media is social. Get out there and talk and engage with your audience. Folks, don't sleep on social media. It's more important now than it's ever been because of this pandemic. And that's all I got to say. I'm out.
No, great points, Ben. So the next one that I'm going to suggest is making sure that you add value. If we go back to the other slide for the takeaways. So in regards to adding value, that's how you create connection with your audience. So make sure it's relevant content, whatever you like to produce, whether it's video, stories, blog posts, infographics, whatever your heart delights in for content, make sure you're consistent in that it's giving your audience something valuable to take away. And then also refine your strategy. If you try something and it doesn't work, that's totally okay. A lot of it is trial and error, and we've totally been there, right, Ben? We've put a post up that's been a bomb, or maybe we've capitalized on a topical trend that just didn't really serve us and our brand, but we took a calculated risk. And that's really what I'll end on is it's really important to try new things. It keeps it fresh, like new features, software, platforms for yourself and your team, but also your audience, and that's what keeps them coming back. So if we go to the next slide.
Yeah, make mistakes, it's all about learning from them. So before we give our contact info, we do have a question from Amanda. She asked about Seth. Did Seth post this content just in the group or on his own page? He posted it in the group. I don't know if he also posted on his own page. She said, if his own, how did he get the audience to follow him there? It wasn't on his own page. The ASI Facebook group is a self-contained private group, so you can't really share anything inside or outside of it. So all the conversations really happen there. There's different permissionings on different groups, and I believe ours is private. So there's restrictions about getting external stuff going on internally. So whether or not he shared it on his own page, possibly, but he's also sharing the same pieces of content within that page. So I believe that's our last.
Oh no, we got another one from an audience member. So Jake asked, what do you feel are the most important social platforms for the promotions industry? That's a good one. Because I feel like
I've had this answer forever. You have to be on Facebook. And you have to be in Facebook groups. Look, I don't like Facebook. I'm in there because, I have to be, but, personal use, I don't like being on Facebook. But from a business perspective, Facebook is where if you have to choose one, be in Facebook, have a page. You absolutely have to have a page because it's like Yellow Pages of digital. Everyone needs to have a Facebook presence because if somebody searches for your business and they can't find it on Facebook, they're probably not going to look for you anymore. So have a page, but also be active in groups. Melissa.
So I would have to say Instagram and LinkedIn. I feel like they're my two new favorites just because I feel like LinkedIn is often like overlooked and it's such a B2B goldmine. And I feel like if you're looking for thought leadership and to set yourself apart, like that is a great place to do so. And I feel like Instagram is so interactive, like I've spoken to some other promotional products professionals who are just really doing awesome things. Like a great example, the merch studio, if you guys can follow that handle for more and more merch, like you'll see kind of a masterclass in somebody who's doing Instagram right in the promo industry, and it's just from the feed to the aesthetic to the captions to the way that they engage with their audience. They've gotten sales specifically through Instagram. I just think that are probably like my two favorites. And then we have another question.
Wow.
how do we get involved? We're popular, Ben. How do we get involved in the private group? So essentially, it's attached to our Facebook page, but I know sometimes that can be hard to find. But I can actually share a link out on Twitter. You know, you can always request. If you go to the Advertising Specialty Institute, you click on the drop-down menu that says groups. It's the first one at the top, the ASI exclusive group. I can also share a link through the chat if you guys
also. You guys can, our contact info is right there. Yeah. You can email us on vdriscoll@asicentral.com, Twitter, you know, at me at ASI Central, and Melissa's information. Go for it.
All right, so my Twitter handle is Melissa_ASI, and then you can email me at mnewman@asicentral.com. So thanks, guys.
Thanks for the presentation.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
That was awesome. It really was. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
So now, if we were really at the Power Summit, if we were at the actual Power Summit, right about now, I would be leading a whole merry band of misfits over to the hotel bar to get a cocktail. So what we're going to do is I'm going to invite in one of my favorite colleagues, Stephanie Turner Scott, who during this whole pandemic has been making these artisanal, crazy cocktails that just look amazing. And she takes photos of them and sends them to all of us on our group chat, and they just look so fantastic. So we thought, wouldn't it be great if Steph did a demo for you guys of how to make one of her favorite cocktails? I've been out with her and she orders this every time. And what's neat is that we are going to have a handout that you guys can download with all of the ingredients and the recipe. So Steph, take it away.
Hey, thanks, Michelle. So excited to be here. Hey, everyone. So as you know, it is probably 5 o'clock somewhere. And here's how I make one of my absolute favorite drinks. And for the Power Summit, we are calling it the Power Up Chocolate Martini, or as my friends and I affectionately refer to it, the adult chocolate milk. So here we go. I've got all my ingredients around me right now. I have already filled up my shaker with cubed ice. So first we're gonna start with 2 ounces of Bailey's Irish Cream. And I love this shaker because it has the measurements right in the jigger. So 2 ounces going in. Here we go. That's 1 and 2. This is gonna be so very good when we're all done. And next we are gonna add 2 ounces of Pinnacle vodka, Pinnacle whipped vodka. Makes it extra creamy. 1 and 2. All right. And now we get to add 2 ounces of Svedka vanilla vodka. Gives it that nice rich flavor. 1. And don't worry, if you pour a little extra, no one will mind. And 2. Okay, now we're moving to the other side. We are going to add 1.5 ounces of cream de cow. So we're gonna fill this right to the very top, and in we go. Okay, and now 1.5 ounces of Kahlua. So there will be 9 ounces of chocolatey goodness in this shaker. All right, so everything is in the shaker. So now we're gonna put the top on, and we're gonna shake and shake and shake. So all of that is all mixed up. And now here's the very fun part for everyone. Now I know there's some people that probably don't like chocolate, but I'm not gonna judge. But we're gonna add our Hershey's chocolate syrup, and we're just gonna swirl it around the glass and make a nice design. Now we pour. Wow, doesn't this look amazing? Oh, that is so very good. I have to take another sip. Fantastic. And now the best part, you can download the recipe. The handout is in the pop box. So thank you everyone for joining in. Cheers to everyone. Please enjoy the rest of the Power Summit.
Wow, thanks, Steph. That was awesome. I am jealous because you got to take a couple sips of that, and I would have loved to have taken a couple sips of that. That looked fantastic. Some great creativity there, and just a nice, fun little break for our audience. And as Stephanie said, that recipe is available in the handouts. So download that, and everybody enjoy their Power Up chocolate martini. I'm sure tonight that will be on the docket for many people. Okay, next up, a very special, no holds barred conversation between two top CEOs in this industry, ASI's Tim Andrews and Joanne Lance, President and CEO of Counselor Top 40 distributor firm Geiger, and also Counselor's 2020 Person of the Year. So Tim, the floor is yours.
Great, thank you so much, Andy. Before we get started, I'd like to thank all of my ASI colleagues for doing such a great job in this event today. I'm really proud of the team. So thanks to all my ASI colleagues for all the work they've done to put this together. Joanne, welcome. Really great to see you, as we've seen each other a few times over this last few months, but how are you doing today?
I'm doing great, and I'm a little inspired by that chocolatini that I just watched somebody have a great drink from.
Yeah, maybe we'll be trying one of those later. So let's get started. We entered 2020, with everyone thinking great things, I think, about the industry and about the economy. Tell us just briefly about the first couple of months before we got into the COVID world. How was Geiger doing, after a very strong, 2019?
We had a great 2019, and it just rolled right into 2020. We really were so excited about the year, ahead of budget on double-digit growth, growth both in the U.S. and on a global basis. Heard this little issue about a supply chain problem in China, and was shoring up to make sure that we had inventories available, and were really caught unaware about this health crisis that has affected everybody on a global basis.
So you were not only Counselor Person of the Year this year, but you were also International Counselor Person of the Year a few years ago. So and you've had your pulse on the international front for a very long time. When did you start hearing that there were issues not just in the supply chain, but also potentially in Europe and then in the U.S. Related to our own economies?
I started hearing issues at the PSI show, which was, I think, the second week in January of this year, and from our Asian members, or Eastern Asian members of our international group. And that's when we had an inkling that this would be a more deep-rooted problem. Had no idea, though, in January, I just did not understand the depth of the problem. It was only in the beginning of February when we realized that this would be have a significant impact on our business overall.
Yeah, I don't think any of us expected this. I mean, I was hearing the same whispers. We were together at PSI. We were all hearing the same whispers about what was going on, but imagining this. So in mid-March, and we all started facing the reality of work from home and fears of our businesses and fears of what people are going to face personally and from their own health. So how did you tackle this? You're a fairly new CEO. You've been at Geiger for 4 decades, but you're sort of in year 2, I guess, of being CEO at Geiger, having succeeded Gene Geiger when he sort of turned that reins over to you. And you're not a family member, so I'm going to have a lot of questions about that. So how did you sort of face the first few weeks of this?
We around March 1st, we decided that we were going to have all of our associates work from home, except for those in our decoration and distribution centers in London and in the US. And we already had a pretty extensive work at home program, so we had the infrastructure in place. Our IT team was amazing, working with our colleagues, and within 7 days, all associates that were in offices were at home. So we had associates home prior to the shutdown, and that was our first step. For us, we saw the impact sales-wise around March 12th, where just sales completely on a global basis started dropping quickly. We did have some lead indicators in London and in UK because of what was happening in Spain and Italy. And so we really followed what was happening there, trending, and we interpret it as it would also trend in the same way in the US.
And for all of us who lead big organizations, this was a really a test in some regards, and I think you get really an A+. I was monitoring on social media and some things you shared with me what you were doing. Sort of talk to me about how you approach this from a communications perspective first, and then secondly from a business decision process. How did you go through the business decisions, and what were those key decisions in the early days?
Well, from a communications process, we've always had on an annual basis a company meeting called a fireside chat. And it usually takes place at end of March, as close to April Fool's Day as possible, April 1. And we had to adjust and shift our fireside chat to be virtual, like this meeting. And for the first year, that fireside chat was expanded to include all of our sales partners as well as our employee associates. And so our first chat had about almost 850 attendees. And we were very transparent. I was very transparent. I was on with our executive team on exactly what was happening, both in the business in 2019, as well as the impact that we anticipated in 2020. At that time in 2000, we had, from everything we had heard, and remember, it's just been a 2-week period, we were estimating sales would decline as great as 40% from April 1st through the end of the year. And so we shared that with every individual in the company. And from that meeting, thereafter, every single week, I do a video update to all sales partners, all associates. Once a month, it's a video in terms of how we're doing order counts of sales, what's going on, what significant impact or activities are we taking that's taking place in the business. The other 3 weeks, it could be anything from inspirational, what I'm seeing, shorter vignettes, and those videos continue to this day. In regards to a decision-making process, I have a fantastic executive team, and we had to make some tough decisions, and we did. We did apply for PPP monies, and in doing so, we had to keep all of our associates employed. Maybe we reduced some hours, but we kept them all employed in hopes that we would receive the funds, which we finally did. But it took about 4 or 5 weeks before we received the funds, and that held us through till the end of June.
And did that information scare people, and how did you deal with that? Announcing that you were expecting a 40% decline in revenue and sales. I mean, people start really personalizing that. What's going to happen to me? What's going to happen to my friends? And so many people at Geiger, like so many other suppliers and distributors in our industry, are longtime employees of many family-owned businesses where they've had really a great situation and really cared for even in difficult recessions. But we've never had a time when any of us were really facing a 40% decline in our business. So what was the emotion around that, and how did you manage through that?
It did scare people. And over the first few weeks, we saw significant declines. I think that we did actually have a week that we had a 40% decline overall. There were some pockets of our business that were down a little bit more than that. And I shared that all of the decisions that would be made as a result of it would be my decisions, and I would assume responsibility, whether they were the right or the wrong decisions. And that when the PPP funds ended on June 15th, that we would have furloughs and layoffs for individuals. So I was very transparent. We were very transparent about that. And we did have some on the 16th.
And you've been very early, in a few months ago, maybe a year ago now, acquiring a UK-based business and then doing some expansion into Europe. Did the impact hit there equally, worse, the same? And was it a good decision to buy a European-based business, a UK-based business now looking in the rearview mirror, or how are you feeling about that?
Well, looking in the rearview mirror, it wasn't a good decision. It was a great decision. And what we found was that it really was the opposite side of the same coin in the UK. So they're probably 10 days ahead of us in terms of trending. So when we were down, they were down a week or two ahead of us for the same percentages. What we did find, though, is that the UK, like we did in the US, we also were agile. I'm not going to use that pivot word because everyone's so tired of it. But we also, like everyone else, switched our supply chains so that we could sell PPE, and we bounced out pretty well as a result of that. So it's the thing that the UK helped us with having a decoration and distribution center is that they became an essential provider as we are in the States. So we were able to have inventories of PPE both areas, and that really helped us with our global contracts. Long story short, right now we're down 13%. I'm fine in sharing that.
Congratulations.
Thank you. We've done much better than we thought because of that. It was very difficult on a number of individuals because of some of the steps that we had to take. And it continues to be very difficult for people, for associates and salespeople.
So, have you called back most people? I mean, what's your staffing level, especially from a headquarters perspective, but also in the field, your sales force, how has that group fared, and what's the landscape there look like as we sort of start thinking about 21, which we'll get into next?
I would say that we called back about 60% of the individuals. We had two groups. We had groups that were laid off and groups that were on furlough. Of the entire group, about 60% has been called back. And we announced about a week, actually, this is October, my September update, we're at a core team now. How's it been for our salespeople? It's a varied response. I could share with you individuals who've had their best year ever. They've had a fantastic year. But there have been others that have just really struggled. So much of it depended on two factors. One was their account base, whether their account base was in distribution or in some of the areas that are up, exercise equipment, financial institutions, banking, healthcare. These individuals are having one of the best years they've ever had. Others are really struggling. But the second factor is it's been a reflection of the work that they did in the last 5 years. So that those that worked the hardest in the last 5 years are continuing to work the hardest. And we've seen a real correlation for those folks.
And as you think about the people that have been most successful, sort of what are some of the personal traits in the sales organization you've seen among those individuals? Are there some similarities about how they go to market, how do they interact with their clients, the services they offer?
I think the number one trait is hard work. They're the ones that work. When I say hard work, I'm talking really putting in the hours and hard work and working till 8, 9, 10 at night. They did that before COVID, and they're still doing that. So that is definitely one of the personal traits that they've had. The second is that they're all optimists. They are. I was on a call yesterday, and even this morning I was on an international call, and it was really interesting to watch body language and facial expressions of those who were doing well still seemed to be very optimistic and talked about growth next year, and those that weren't were just the opposite. So that definitely was a personality trait. The third is that they had more than just relied on one key signature account, one platinum account, that they did have a good mix of business, and that's so important.
That diversification is super important. And you also have great geographic disbursement, I think, around the United States as well. Was that helpful, or was because the whole economy was sort of in the same world for at least a few weeks? And I think we've got pockets that are sort of different now. But was that helpful, having that diversity across the geography of the US and Canada?
I don't see it as a geographic location. I see it as and because this has affected the globe. Absolutely, it has had global impact. And in talking to our global network, every single company has been affected. What I did notice is the common thread is they all had corporate programs or contractual large accounts. And in our company, our corporate programs are actually running ahead of last year. So that was the common denominator for sure. So you could live anywhere in the US, and it depends on where your client is situated, and your client doesn't necessarily have to be in your own backyard.
That's sort of interesting because, in so many economic downturns, the large customers, the Fortune 2000 that may be the typical corporate client, they've actually pulled back really quickly and have been, problematic early in an economic downturn. But it sounds like that's not been the case in this economy.
Absolutely not the case. They're the ones that had to invest, especially in PPE, of course, because they have to take care of their clients and their employees. But they've also had to invest in new methods to reach their clients.
Great. So as you think about 21, you know, I've had lots of conversations with suppliers and distributors, and everyone's asking the same question. You know, how do I budget for 2021? How do I think about what my hiring is going to be? You know, for suppliers, it's sort of what does my inventory look like? You know, as you're thinking about, and you're probably in budgeting like so many of us, you know, how are you sort of thinking about 21? You know, from a sales perspective and also sort of from a talent perspective.
Well, as I said earlier, we're at our core team. So we're actually budgeting for growth in 2021. We are budgeting much like many other companies, whether they're in this industry or not in the industry. We're expecting to be behind for the first quarter.
Yeah.
And we've been trending for so long at the same pace that we know that that's our baseline. But once March 12th hits, we know that we are going to be up. And we've still been blessed to have people join our company. And our activity, our pipeline for new clients is full. And so we're closing on those new clients. So we're budgeting for growth next year overall. We're budgeting, we're going to be hiring associates, and we are going to be, and I've shared this with our colleagues yesterday, we will be budgeting for a pay increase next year as well.
And did you skip a pay increase this year? So so your employees didn't get an increase this year?
We did not increase our wages this year, so our last wage increase was in 2019.
Mm-hmm. And in terms of the talent mix, you know, you've brought back many of the people, but not everyone. As you think about how you're going to be hiring maybe in the fourth quarter of the year, where are you to support that growth? And if you are hiring, sort of what's the talent mix look like, you think, going into sort of 21?
The talent mix will be different and is shifting. Where we are at this point is in our kitting area in particular, where administrative management as well as actually laborers. We are actually hiring now because kitting has increased on a multiple basis. We were reviewing our stats in terms of quotes, kitting quotes this time last year. Versus this time this year, and it's just exploded. And so we definitely have to shift talent in that area. But we also have to shift talent because of the fact that our corporate programs are growing. So that means more integrations with clients, more program managers, assistant program managers, people to handle that aspect of the business. So that's a shift in talent.
It's a huge shift. I mean, is that 10 people? Is that 20 people? Sort of what do you think that looks like in terms of that shift?
I don't have my budgets yet, Tim, in terms of how many people it will be. I could answer that question a lot better in November once I take a look at all of that.
Yeah, great. So we've got a couple of questions. One is, are you still looking for acquisitions? And if so, in Europe, UK, or elsewhere?
Yes, we're still looking for acquisitions, and in Germany, in Europe, in UK, as well as in the United States. And we are continuing with discussions with some of the companies that we were speaking with early in the year. From that period of March through June, everything was pretty much placed on hold so that we and they could assess the situation, and we continued our discussions at this point. So I expect to have acquisitions next year on both areas.
And how are you going to value a business? You know, it's always hard to convince someone that you're the right partner for them. Not Geiger specifically, but that's always a difficult conversation because people always value themselves at X and somebody else thinks they're worth Y. But in this kind of an environment where sales for so many people are down, you know, how are you going to value companies differently than you would have in the past, or the same maybe?
Well, this is our new reality, first of all. So we have a frank conversation in terms of the business, in terms of what they see for sales, and what they look at their client base as well. So this is the reality. In fact, this is probably the bottom for all of these firms. And so when we speak with them about what is the value of the business moving forward. The good news is they, like us, will be experiencing some type of acceleration or growth. It might be faster or slower, depending on the profile of their clients. But now it's actually the time to take advantage of if they're thinking about this, whether it's Geiger or another company, it doesn't matter, because we want to take advantage of the upswing of their business.
Great. Another question from the audience. So do you think managing a business as CEO of a family-owned business was more difficult or less difficult than managing a business that would be PE backed?
Well, I can't answer that question because I've never managed a business that's PE backed, and I have a bias. The one thing I can say is by managing a business, a family-owned business, at least, and I would think ASI is very similar to Geiger, is that we're always looking at the long term. We are looking, it's not necessarily, and we've told our associates, this is not the year to manage the business for some sort of private equity profit. It's managing the business for the long term and for next year. So it's easier to make those decisions, at least for me, because of that. The foundation of all our decisions this past year is do what's right. And that has really helped us as a business to make some tough decisions in terms of what is right for the business, what is right for our associates.
Great. You know, one of our core values is we care. And so we were managing the same exact way. And we sort of doubled down on some longer term projects like rebuilding the ESP platform, because, you know, now's the time to stay focused, but stay on what's important, and maybe not do some of the things that are peripheral and sort of nice to have, but really stay focused on the most important things. I think that's great. One last question, which was, were you scared? Were you scared, or were you always as sure of yourself as you seem to be?
I was terrified. Not only was I terrified, one of the leadership aspects that I've been working on this year prior to COVID was to either hold my anxieties aside and not necessarily communicate my anxieties. I think another way to say it would be to have a good poker face, and also to be encouraging. But there were some nights that were very, very difficult. Also, there were weeks that were, how can I say this? I hold my colleagues in my heart, and I know that the decisions I've made has had such a negative impact on some people, whether it was reducing hours or placing people on furlough, or even laying off on certain positions. And so I have internalized and personalized a great deal of that. Just for full transparency, at the same time, I was coping with a mother who was terminally ill, and all through the summer. And I was not communicating that with other than maybe my very immediate colleagues. So it was very difficult for me going through this.
Well, I think times like these really show strong leadership, and you were one of the strongest. So congratulations for that. Sorry about your mother passing away.
Yeah, she did. Yeah.
And you know, I was very touched. I'll share something with the audience that Joanne shared the counselor awards this year, and watched you know, our announcement that she was Person of the Year with her mother, and sent me a video of that. So that was really incredibly moving. I'm glad you were able to share that together.
Yeah.
Well, thanks very much for joining us. Let's head back to Andy and Michelle for today's big reveal, the unveiling of the 2020 Counselor Power 50.
Wow, thanks, guys.
Thank you. Bye, everybody.
Bye, Joanne. Thank you. That was, Michelle, that was really good and emotional at the end. You know, and what strikes me about both of them, obviously, you know, we know Tim closely, but even just hearing from Joanne is just their sort of calmness through this. This has been fucking crazy. You know, there's no other way to put it. This has been a crazy 7 months, and they've seemingly remained calm through it, which is amazing to imagine.
I stand in all of it, frankly, you know, almost like preternaturally calm. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know how the magnitude of this, and to sit in the CEO chair, you know, I say that to some of my friends in the industry all the time. Like, I don't know how the best I've seen throughout this, I've seen the best leadership and the worst of leadership, frankly, because it all emerges, right? And the ones who've done it really well, you know, you know, to sit in that chair and shoulder the burden of this is something. The ones who've done it poorly, of course, have completely detached and are nowhere to be found. So
right. So it's polar opposites there.
Yep. Yeah. So Andy, you know what time it is?
I do. We're heading towards the big reveal here.
We are. And as we head into the unveiling of the 2020 Power 50 list, first of all, we're going to show a short video from today's platinum sponsor, who is World Emblem. And I'd also like to thank our other sponsors, of course, our friends at Vantage Apparel for these hoodies. And yes, look at you with the fantastic embroidery. For our friends Rob Watson and Ira Neiman, also known as Yoda, the Yoda of apparel, and the good folks at HPG, who are supplying these very cool gift boxes full of promo that we will be sending to the first 200 people that respond to Nate's survey. So as soon as this ends, he's going to send out a survey, and the first 200 people who respond, they'll get this gift box. And last but not least, Magnet, our friends at Magnet, for the beautiful Power 50 awards that will be sent to the people on today's list. And special shout out to Dan Jelinek and Bill Karwitz, the Pittsburgh Pirate himself. So thanks to both of them.
Yeah, thank you to our supplier partners. We thank you for your partnership and your interest in our event today, and appreciate that greatly. So during the Power 50 video, you'll see several short videos sent in by about a half a dozen or so of people that are actually on the list, sent from various locations across the country. So keep an eye out. There's definitely some fun ones and some memorable ones. So make sure to stay tuned throughout the whole video. One quick technology note: if you have any issues with the audio during the playing of this presentation, I suggest you just log out and click the webinar link that you received in your email and log right back in. Again, there shouldn't be much, but if you do have any issue with the audio, it's easy to log out, click the link, and head right back in, and you'll be fine. All right, so let's get ready. Are you ready, Michelle?
I am, although Nate just texted me. I was mistaken. The surveys are going out on Monday, by the way.
Okay,
right,
very important.
Surveys
So,
go out
so
Monday.
first
Thanks,
200 people that respond to that get this gift box, and it is some cool stuff, so make sure you do that. Okay, let's get ready. So let's cue up the video and get ready for the 2020 Power 50 presentation, revealed exclusively right here, right now, to all of you today. So let's go.
Hi, I'm Randy Carr, CEO of World Emblem. World Emblem is a 30-year-old family-run organization with 1,200 employees and 8 manufacturing plants in the United States, Canada, Mexico, and the United Kingdom. We manufacture and apply to finished products over 100 million custom embroidered, flex style, and printed emblems per year. In the past 4 months, we've transitioned 250,000 square feet of our Mexico and US operations to manufacturing branded face coverings and other branded PPE products. Please consider us for your next project, and please stay healthy.
Whether they're distributors, suppliers, decorators, or service providers, these men and women, respected promo veterans alongside next-gen Maverick upstarts, are the people propelling the industry forward during the most critical, pivotal time in its history. And for those who question whether we'll buckle under the weight of the challenge or bounce back better than ever, the members of this year's Power 50 respond with singular resolve and steely tenacity. Bring it on. Counting down from 50 to this year's #1. Let's take a look at the 2020 Counselor Power 50.
Hi, I'm Dilip Bhavnani with Sunscope USA. We're based in Los Angeles, California, the entertainment capital of the world and home of our Los Angeles Dodgers and Lakers, and all that great sunshine.
everybody, it's Chris Blakesley with Bella Canvas. I'm here in our office in Los Angeles. Hey, I'm recording that Power 50 intro video.
Wait. You are so not powerful. I'm the one that does everything around here. You just make Bella Canvas look cool.
Oh my God, I can't believe we're gonna have this conversation again.
My name is Brian. I'm in Washington State. A Rad Power Summit is an ASI great. Come sit next to me on the internet. Hey, peace.
Hi everyone, it's Mark Freed from Genumark. Greetings from Toronto. It's always a thrill to be on the Power 50 list with so many friends and colleagues who I admire and respect, and actually hope to be able to see in person without a video screen very soon when we're all on the other side of this. Everybody take care, be safe. Hope to see you soon.
Hi, my name is Chris Lee and I work at the Pebble Group. We're the investor on Facilis and Brand Addition, two great businesses in the promotional product sector. I'm based here in Manchester in the UK and really missing all my US friends and colleagues. Can't wait to see you soon.
Hi, I'm Nancy Schmidt, CEO at AIA Corporation. We're headquartered in Wisconsin, which is home of the Packers, the Brewers, and the Bucks.
Hi, I'm Ashley McCune, President of Facilis Group. I live in St. Louis, Missouri, home of the Cardinals, the St. Louis Blues, who won the Stanley Cup last year, and the Clydesdales.
Hi there, I'm Kevin Walsh, President of Showdown Displays. We're located in America's North, Minnesota, home of 10,000 lakes, and nearly that many industry suppliers.
Matt Eckhouse with Staples Promotional Products, here at the Staples Inc. Global Headquarters in Framingham, Massachusetts.
This is fantastic recognition, and I'm truly humbled. But I have to tell you, I'm so impressed with the resiliency of our industries, how distributors have come together to help all of our communities, to succeed through these really challenging times. Truly, we're all in this together. But this recognition isn't mine. I share it with everyone in the Sanmar family who work incredibly hard every day for all of our customers. Thank you, and I thank them.
Wow, Michelle, that was is a very impressive list. You know, when you consider what these industry leaders went through in 2020, from record sales at the very beginning of the year to a global pandemic and a subsequent economic crash, and really then back again, it's truly unbelievable and impressive.
You know, they have been so, as a group, have been so resilient and just undaunted by all this almost. It took about a good 2 weeks for everybody to snap out of the shock, but then they got going. I mean, I will put this industry up against any when it comes to resiliency and creativity and being innovative. That's how I know that, you know, it will snap back. It's just going to take a little while.
Yeah, I love that you use the word innovative, you know, because to me that's what people have been. They've been incredibly flexible in their operations and in their product offering.
Nimble, one would say, right?
And they've survived and thrived, and you know, we've heard great stories here today about that. But overall, I mean, those people on the Power 50 list are you know, really have something to be proud of this year.
How fun was Ryan Moore, by the way, and
Oh
Chris
my
Blake?
God.
So fun.
When I saw both of those videos, I was like, oh, we've got something here.
Well, thanks for sharing the screen with me, Andy.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, it's been a fun day, and we will certainly continue today's conversation on social media and share all of the sessions on the Power Summit website. We'll certainly follow up with links and other handouts that have been made here today, so that you know, you can share those with your colleagues at your offices, and we can continue you know, learning from each other as we did here today.
For sure. And you know, the whole article about the Power 50 will be the cover story for December's counselor. We will have it, of course, posted before that, but you know, you'll get to see profiles on Jeremy Lott and some other people new to the list.
Right. Excellent. Yeah, we certainly look forward to that, and that will be posted online as well. And certainly, you know, I'm sure that there will be lots more to learn from that. Well, Michelle, that brings us to the end of this year's ASI Power Summit. What was your favorite part?
You know, I thought all of the speakers were fantastic. I thought your three were excellent. I thought Marie, Kate, and Rich Carollo were phenomenal. I thought that everybody was, I got to give it to, and not just because I'm the one who interviewed him, but I thought Derek Block was fantastic. I loved his unvarnished honesty. I really did. And I think people could learn a lot from that.
Yeah, I agree with you. That was like I said, I think at the time, you know, a few hours ago, right as we're done, that was just honest and real and raw. And same with Joanne at the end, like they were almost bookends, but they were great. I thought Peter Shankman kicked us off in a great way as well. You know, just really good, solid, innovative ideas at how you can ensure your success these days. So I think it's been a great day, Michelle.
Well, thanks for sharing the screen with me, Andy.
Absolutely. Anytime.
Bye, guys.
All right.
Thanks. Stay safe.
Thanks, everybody.